Streams up, she's in the zone, breaking it down from her comfy throne. Smart as hell with a side of flair, politics sass and a killer stare. Casey's lurking tail in the frame, chat's already playing their games. That target day, sharp and bold, hot takes drop while the chaos unfolds. Truth with bite, filth in the way, still showing up every streaming day. Brains and vibes, she leads the pack, now buckle in, no looking back. That dark night, let's go!
Good afternoon, everybody. I see everybody's really taking my instructions to heart in the chat, being very nice to each other, not calling each other names. But that sort of fun is always appreciated in my chat, I would say. That kind of endearing yelling at each other, essentially. You surprised you up for a kitty stream? Well, that's because I started late. I will forewarn you that I am not my best today. I've just not slept very well and I'm just not feeling too well, so I might land up just yeeting myself offline. Don't worry, I won't yeet myself. Yeah, so let's see how it goes. I just thought it would be an absolute shame to miss another stream day today. And you know what? If I was in an office job, there would be no excuses. So why must there be an excuse now? And you know what, Creamage? Just that thought. Okay, I still haven't printed the sign, but the excuses are for chumps. It's carved into my head. So I heard that when I was like, I'm not feeling well. I was like, excuses are for chumps. So yeah, that's what we're doing. That's why we're here. You can always take it out on me to feel better. No, peepers. There's not taking things out. We give cuddles for kitty cats to feel better. Speaking of which, Daisy is up there. She might make an appearance. I'm not too sure. She was scared by the printer today, so there's that. Keep on keeping on. Thank you, guys. So anyway, I'm glad that you guys are here. It is, look, it would be great for me to have a bit more prep time on this. See, one of the excuses I was going to use is that you need more prep time for this debate and to go over this, and you gotta fix the transcript and whatever, so you can't do it, which was part of, oh no, we're not going to stream. That's excuses, okay? And those are for chumps. Kitty ain't no chump. So we're doing this, and we're doing it now, and we're starting it now. Yes, it's Thursday. It's late in the week. We're out of whack. We're supposed to start debates in the beginning of the week, but you know, it just didn't turn out that way. Anyway, enough of that. Other housekeeping. Well, the thing is, the people that are here are decent anyway. But if you are going to be sitting through with me for this, I might as well tell you. I do expect whenever I have this subject matter, you'll realize if you look in the description, I haven't put Israel-Palestine conflict and all of that in the hashtags because it seems to attract the frothiest of people on the internet, and I'm not about that right now. Yes, I would probably get nice engagement and a lot of views, but I wouldn't say a lot of views, but a lot more than I usually do. And I'm not really about that. But either way, somehow, sometimes, most of the time, if you're talking about this, you're going to land up with unruly people in the chat. I'm not saying it's gonna happen, but it's a possibility. So that's why I've got my pinned message in the chat. That's basically just telling everybody to be nice to each other. I know the people that are here now are very good and very well behaved, but yeah, there are others that can land up arriving and they might be misbehaved. So my advice to you is you don't even need to challenge them if they're being full of shit, okay? And rather don't feed them, just ignore the shit out of them. It's amazing when you ignore people. But if you are going to challenge them, because hey, dialogue is dialogue, let's have a discourse, do so respectfully. And if you have a problem, speak to a mod. If you are a mod, so that's fine. A lot of the time, when people are being frothy in the chat, I ignore them myself because they want a reaction from me. And some days, and probably a day like this, I'm quite ready to react, and I don't think that's necessary. I think it's fine, just rather not activate those. Don't let them get what they want. So that's a little PSA, and also a bit of a thing for myself to remind myself what I'm going to do and how I'm going to approach it. Another thing, another disclaimer about whatever is said in the debate here. Those are not my opinions necessarily. My opinions are my own. I am seeking understanding in this endeavor. Okay, that's what we're doing here with debate diagrams. That's how it works. And yes, I believe that this is one of the most contentious things that you can talk about on the internet, writ large. It really is. So take whatever you're hearing here and take it from those individuals, not from me. It's what they say, not what I mean. Keep that in mind. But I still want to interact with their opinions. I think it would be quite disingenuous for me to be like, oh, well, we don't want to touch that completely at all. This seems to be the best kind of way for us to go over these people's arguments because there is a moderator involved. That is actually why I even bothered going into this, despite the contentious topic, right? I mean, we've gone over this. We've spoken about this. I've even complained about having this topic on my channel. But the reason that I actually did engage in this now is because there is a moderator. And when you're having one of the most contentious discussions, and yes, I'm going to continue using contentious, okay? When you're having one of the most contentious discussions you can have in present day, that's a good time to practice your moderation skills. And let's see, basically what I want to explore in this one is how Charlie Kirk did. I looked at some of the comments on the video, and some people were dissatisfied with his performance because he wasn't frothy enough for them, I suppose. And others were yay Dave, and others were yay Josh, whatever. So that wasn't much of an indicator for me of who won. It's just everybody did the same thing that we were talking about on Thinkers last night, where it's like, he's our guy, we're going to agree with him. Anyway, there's a lot of dynamics that are quite interesting that I've already picked up on, but I haven't gone through the whole thing in detail. That's what we're here for today. Daisy, thank you very much for your input. I think we can start. I've been Carl Zood. You've been Carl Zood? Why can't you hear? What's wrong? What happened? Carl Zood. Oh, you know what you missed the other day, Carl? I did this. And it worked. I think it's a good thing to wake everybody up and maybe remind people that Daisy's typing things wrong. Remind people that things are fun sometimes. Oh shit, not that one. Hold on. Here. Oh, you were in Kazoo.
Meow-kano!
Here's another one.
Meow-kano!
There you go. So just I was reminded that actually was set up before I abandoned the stream store on Stream Elements. So yeah. Got a show of the tattoos. Enjoy yourselves. I'm tired of this conflict and all the moral fagging around it. Have a nice one, Kitsy Creamo peepers. No worries, Dildo. I appreciate your at least letting us know what you think about it. I'm here for the moderation stuff. I don't think we need to go through I don't know how much detail I'll even go into their arguments. It's more like what I'm examining is the moderation. But yeah, I completely understand taking a break from this one. Goodbye. But hopefully we'll see you in tomorrow's stream, where we do a react. I'll be going over a shoe on head video, so hopefully you'll be there for that one. Okay. Thanks for not putting me in the etc. Okay, Daisy, a very good girl. You can sleep here in your drawer. Good girl. I'm trying to just settle everybody. It's hydrate. If Dildo's gone, what's the point in being here? I don't know, Common. What is the point? I mean, who's gonna make the jokes? There's nothing to laugh at or anything. Politics always stirs a debate. Absolutely. And then political debates are can get especially wild, as in political subjects. And the way this is the video that we're going over today is basically it's at a conference, so it's got a huge crowd that's involved. It's on stage and things like that. It's quite an involved event. So there's a lot of whooping and woohoo and cheering and stuff. So it feels a lot like a political rally, actually, because they speak to the crowd and they try and get the cheers from them. It's just like, okay, cool. I suppose that is part of the interaction. I'm not too interested in it. I actually found it quite irritating, but hey, that's what people want. Okay. The way that I want to go over the video today is I'm trying again with the transcript.io, YouTube transcript.io, not a sponsor, but a good friend. So I'm using this. I'll put the link in chat if you guys are interested in it. I'm going to use this to play the video, and it has the transcript on the side. So when I'm interested in something, copy pasting something, that's how it'll go. Yes, I know I can use the AI bit over here to actually what do you call it, to literally mind map the and get key quotes and things like that, mind map the transcript essentially. But it basically just gives you keywords. That's what it basically does. So it's not a huge deal for me. We've done this before on the channel. Anyway, also just a thing. If I take up my diagramming, yeah, I think I can make myself big. I don't even know if I need to share the diagram as regularly as I usually do, because people aren't really watching me type. But so yeah, I'm gonna just have my webcam up and I'll let you guys know. I'll show you where we are at with the diagram. Otherwise, maybe it'll help me focus. I don't know, because then I won't be also looking over a chat as much as I was thinking of. Maybe even turning off my mic for this one and just not commentating and just diagramming. And as you can see, my nose has gone red. So I don't know what's happening. I'm not feeling too good. Right, so let's do it. Let's stop talking. Let's get into it. Please don't make me tap the sign. That's all I ask. Okay.
All right, everybody.
Wait, sorry. To begin with, I actually want to go to the end to kind of just emphasize what I want to take from this discussion. Okay, this is what I was happy to hear at the end.
People are killed. Also, I think we all agreed October 7th was awful.
So
wind down, use that.
A republic, not an empire, like the great Patrick.
Okay, so we have, you can see the kind of atmosphere we have. That was the ending off sort of things. But I just want you guys to hear from Charlie Kirk. Just let me know how you guys, how the volume's doing for you.
And said,
I want to just summarize. This was time well spent. Both Dave and Josh agree on some plan to wind down U.S.-Israel aid. That was an agreement, correct? The timeline you could...
You guys can't read this anyway, but...
debate about. Number two, they both say every...
So this is at the end. Charlie Kirk is summarizing things that they did agree about and kind of putting the most positive spin on this, saying this was time well spent, right? So I want to find this value. I'd want this not to be just spin at the end of it. So
humans made an image of God, and we should not trivialize when, you know, people are killed. Also, I think we all agreed October 7th was awful. It was terrible and should be talked about more.
Who are I must diagram the worst people, WZ, because they're the ones I really want to understand the most. Sometimes they're just simple. And a lot of the arguments in the beginning were simple that I've heard.
And it needs to be emphasized. We also agree this Jew hate stuff has no place in public discourse, period.
Okay, so just so you know, that message of Jewish hatred, all of that, any kind of cultural hatred, I'm not here for that. We're not here for that. And I just wanted that bit to put it.
End of story. And I don't like it. It's disgusting. And we need to call it out when we see it. And finally, I think the fifth is that I hope we demonstrated, and both our participants got a little lively at times, that this is a debate worth having, that it's better to have this out in the open than silence.
Yeah, so this point of it being, it's better to have it out in the open, that was kind of, I felt like that spoke right to me, because I've been avoiding this topic, but you can actually just be calm and assertive and tackle this content online and hope for the best. That's what I'm trying to take the positives from this, is that yeah, you can have these discussions. Let's try it. And ignore them haters.
Silence people and censor them and call them names. Instead, this is how we solve our problems. Give it up for Josh and Dave one last.
Wow, Duck. 83 new subscribers. Nice.
Time, everybody. Thank you.
Thank you, guys. Thank you, Charlie.
Right, so anyway, I just liked that whole thing, and yeah, he ended it off with, you don't hate Jewish people, right? I was going to go on Twitch, but all the cool people are here. Hey, Kyle is on Twitch, and he's very cool. Daisy, stop showing. This is not only pause, gal. Showing your butt to everybody on a stream. All right, let's get back to it. You guys, you're gonna have to listen, okay? Let's go back to the beginning. We've got a whole intro and stuff.
A year ago today.
Here you go.
I bet you remember.
This is what makes it feel like such a political rally. They're talking about this happened on the anniversary of the shooting of Donald Trump's ear. You know, that whole thing. So, yeah, they have a bit of like of a chat, and then they have a moment of silence. Pretty cool. We don't need to go into that. I suppose that when we talk about the moderation, you are introducing the topic, warming up the crowd. Yeah, he does that.
Exactly where you were was in Butler, Pennsylvania. Centimeters. And our nation has come in the span of 1 year. Of how much has changed.
Well.
And thanks to the goodness and glory of God, that Donald Trump turned his head at that very moment.
Okay.
Where I was with my daughter, all of a sudden I saw.
So you can see with this tool, what I can actually do here is I can jump to. So you go, there's little sections of the transcript, and you go and click jump to, and it moves you along, nice and easy. I think you can obviously do that in YouTube itself, but yeah, it makes it a lot easier. I can literally copy paste by holding here instead of struggling to select things. Anyway, just enjoying the tool.
When we saw him rise up and he said, fight, fight. When we saw him rise up, and we should just do a moment of silence for the men out there, the college campuses. I get so many questions about this topic on college campuses. Some of my best memories ever have been going to Israel, traveling to Israel, seeing where Jesus rose from the dead, Jesus walked on water, spoke.
So of course we've got the religious things, just so trigger warning for you guys. A lot of religion discussion here. Yeah, there's only one other person here. It's probably a bot if Kyle's no longer chatting. So
spoke in the Garden of Gethsemane, gave the sermon, Mount Beatitudes, Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob in Hebron. And
Okay, topic on campus is increasingly hot topic. Go.
Topic on campus, and increasingly a hot topic in conservative circles. And I thought, hey, let's lean in to that disagreement. Let's lean into that debate.
I don't know, I guess, yeah, we gotta lean into it. And who better to lean into it than Charlie Kirk?
Let's have two people that don't agree on this topic that are some of the best defenders of the position when it comes.
Biggest defenders, yeah. Basically, Dave Smith is more famous for this, I would say, than his stand-up. People only know about. I only know as a normie. I only know about him because of this political stuff, not his stand-up at all.
Agree on this topic that are some of the best defenders of the position when it comes to Israel, when it comes to the 12-day war, when it comes to whether or not we should be supporting or sending aid to Israel.
Those are basically the three things that he's going to talk about. He's going to try and get them to talk about, try to wrangle them to get to talk about the 12-day war, whether we should, USA, should support Israel, whether it's an ally, that sort of questioning.
Conservatives, we want to have this debate. We don't want to just all of a sudden say, oh, you're not allowed to say that. No, we want to foster an environment.
Okay, so you will see. He says we don't want to have you're not allowed to say that kind of moments, right? Cool. So I'm expecting it to get properly spicy and some really offensive things to be said. Again, I've spoken about the the contentiousness of this topic, right? So cool. I'm okay with that happening, but this I want to check how he manages these people that they are very prone to speaking over each other. They do several times. So even though we are okay, cool, we know there's going to be offensive things said. How can we get past that? How do you get past that in a conversation, especially with people, with a crowd there that also makes things go a lot harder. So okay, let's go. He didn't start, by the way, common people, he didn't start saying no to Jew hatred. He actually, that's at the end. I brought it up that I wanted to put that in there because just, that is something that will get me frothy. Okay, that will get me pissed off because I'm very over it. Anything, if you come in here and you also come in with Islamic hatred, get out. Okay? I'm not for that either. Christian hate, like, actually, you know what, I suppose you can express your opinion, but what are we supposed to do with that? Like, are we supposed to go, like, I'm not saying you have this opinion, but I'm saying a person that has hatred based on religion, okay, so a religious prejudice, right? A person comes in and says that. Okay. What do we do further? That is them, that is their opinion, and cool. We don't need to interact further because it's not like they can convince me to hate in the same way they do. So interesting. We'll see how it goes. When I say don't make me tap the sign, it is don't make me tap the pinned comment. Okay. Charlie Kirk thinks ancient Mesopotamian civilizations fell due to allowing gay marriage, and we should avoid all traditions and systems ancient civilizations used that eventually fell. Cool, Hydra. Again, as well, I'm not going to now, because there's something this person says that I disagree with, I'm going to now completely take all of his opinions out of the way. He is a prominent figure. I want to listen and see how he deals with this. If he gets frothy in that way and stupid in that way, I will absolutely call him out. But that doesn't mean I'm going to dismiss him completely. There are people, I will admit, I'm hypocritical in that, I suppose. There are people that I do dismiss and don't want to listen to at all. But he's not one of them, I suppose. I'm okay. I have a bit more of a threshold that I can listen to him because in certain aspects, he seems very reasonable. So that's where I'm at with this. There is a difference between hatred and disagreement, I guess. Yes, Creamage, and I'm okay to have that pointed out to me. if somebody even has hatred, and I disagree with that hatred, what do we do further? I say, listen, I'm not comfortable with your hatred being in my community. I am discerning enough to say, don't be in my community. I don't know what you're looking for, person of hatred, but you're not going to find it here. Or if you are looking for people to cry based on what you've said, like, yeah. Anyway, I'm now having the imaginary arguments with the imaginary trolls that aren't here. I'll deal with them if they occur. Okay. I will judge him for having zero historic understanding and being dumb. Okay. His judgment, again, this is how we're going. Like, the judgment is cast. And then we go further and we listen to what's going on. Tolerance, is it too ambitious of a word? Tolerance within reason, I would say. Okay.
Where we get to the truth. We want to find the best ideas and have the...
You know what? This guy is... we want to get... It made me laugh when I heard this, because we want to get the best ideas. I like that. Okay? It's funny phrasing because it makes me think of Donald Trump, obviously. I have the best ideas. Like, you know, he's the best words. So, yeah, I'm good with this. Let's do that.
Best ideas win. And so, we are thrilled to have two men, and they know what they're talking about. I'm going to be moderating this. We're going to make sure that this remains mostly peaceful.
Mostly peaceful. There's going to be fire going on.
So give it up for Josh Hammer and Dave Smith, everybody.
There's very cool music here, but I'm gonna mute it in case. Like, I don't know how this is working. They're not gonna get copyright claim. Maybe it's copyright free, but either way. Imagine a Creamage song here. Woo! Look how fiery it is, boys. So you just said mostly peaceful. More of Donald Trump impressions. Yeah, I need to practice them. Common. Okay.
Josh and Dave, welcome to Turning Point USA. Welcome to Tampa. And give it up for both these men again. It's... So we have a clock here.
They have a clock. Good boys. Okay, we've got timers. So... considering my layout, let me just take a few minutes for myself to figure out my layout of my my diagram. I told you that I am not going to sit and share it the entire time, but just letting you guys know that what I'm going for, because of what I was doing yesterday when I diagrammed for the members only video. This is what's the name? This is the format I used for Meditations, the second book, right? It just felt, it actually was really nice to go downwards. So, I'm trying to figure out, see how it feels using this kind of timeline, to go through the interaction. I am not going to do, as much as I do have the transcript here, I think the transcript will be so that I don't have to, I'm using the transcript so much so that I don't have to replay the video over and over and over again, and also so that I can copy paste and reword as I go along, just get us through it a bit faster. But yeah, what I'm trying to do is try and do what the mind map I suppose would do, but it doesn't do it in chronological order. I'm trying to go in chronological order as to what they talk about. And most of the things that I'm going to focus on and note have to do with Charlie's behavior, how he works with the contention. So anyway, just letting you know we're going on that kind of thing if you care. So, but anyway, let's go back here. I was very tempted to just diagram this by myself, but and see how that goes. But anyway, hey Timber, good to see you.
We can blow through that if this is going well and respectful.
Any of you guys boxers? As in boxers? Beep, 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 beep. Timber is a boxer.
Spirited. I first wanted to start by introducing both these men.
Is that Corbyn debate? I don't think it's going to happen. I think he might have to find a different moderator. Because my time zone things it's not, yeah, I'm not able to stream at night, and especially not regularly. And lately I've been streaming at nights, going on different appearances quite regularly. So yeah, I have to space them out. So he might need to find someone else before that if he wants to do it before that. But that being said, guys, I do want to. Wade has volunteered to debate on the channel as well. Because remember, I asked you guys if maybe you could help me practice moderating by doing certain topics on the channel during stream. But the thing that I was worried about then is I don't know if you guys are able to actually do it. If it'll be free to be on stream, on camera, on call with me during a work day, if that's when you guys are listening. So I need to figure out some scheduling there for that. Otherwise I might have to, I will only be able to stream weird hours maybe once a month now, but not like 1 week a month, essentially. I will be willing to participate in a mock debate. I know you are very excited to participate, and you know what? I'm okay with it. I've come to terms with the fact that I need to get out of my comfort zone when it comes to certain topics. But it is also important. Maybe we might. I don't know. It's important for me to be careful about what is construed as messaging on my channel. That's all that is in my mind. People do take things that are said by other people and assume that is me, that I'm supporting a certain message, and that's not how it works. But then here I am doing this debate, which is very easily misconstrued. So all I'm doing is just trying my darndest to keep the disclaimer up. Okay.
Josh Hammer, Newsweek, Josh Hammer show.
My son asked you a question, Kitty. What did he ask? What? Sorry, I didn't see. Best ideas. Tell us, Charlie, are you willing to have your entire world destroyed for the best ideas? No, he's obviously going to have his own opinions about the best ideas. Sorry, that wasn't Timber's son's question. What's up?
Josh is a very passionate and eloquent defender of Israel, and also is a great...
Okay, so remember from the beginning, this week's earlier stream, we had the responsibilities. Hey, introduce the topic, introduce the speakers. Remember, that was it. I'm actually going to open a local file. Let's be good moderator. Let's open that one. And let's check him off here for a sec. No, not this one here. Oh, can't I change this? There? Yeah, now if I open this one, it should work. Nah? OBS. You're not being a good boy. Not window capture, Xmind. Where we at, Xmind? Sorry, I'm trying to get my thing. Window capture. Xmind. There we go. Be a good moderator. Define the topic, define the format, define expectations. So during the debates, obviously you've got to get you've got to introduce. One of the first things that we looked at on Tuesday was the introducing.
Great friend and someone that we talk about a lot of other issues as well. So Josh, welcome. Great to have you.
Great to be here, Charlie.
Also, Dave Smith. Dave is...
See the woos? He's got a lot of fans going on there. It's very much a Super Bowl-ish kind of blood sports things. It was on X, Kitty. Okay, I'll have a look there later. I'll check it out. Thanks, Timbo.
Comedian. A lot of fans of yours here in the audience, Dave. And also a libertarian. And we're not going to talk much about that.
So clearly they disagree on that. He's upset with that. But, you know, very entertaining. Okay.
But we were talking about how much we agreed backstage on certain things. And Dave, means a lot that you made work here. You took a awful flight to get here from halfway across the country.
Okay, so he makes a nice joke here about, oh no, I didn't sleep. So if if Josh wins, then it doesn't count. I think that's his attempt at a joke. Good times. What's up, Tomby?
There are three big things that I want to cover, and we just...
Okay, so cool. The three big things that I want to cover. He's defining the topic, boys. He's defining the topic. Okay?
Did a focus group with some of our students here earlier. The three big things we want to cover. We want to cover the 12-day war between Israel and Iran. What do we think of that? Good, bad? How did Trump handle it?
Okay, so I'm going back to my diagram. I don't know if OBS will change over. I don't think so. OBS, BGB, change over. Okay, so defining the topic. Intro. Oh, well, Charlie Smith. I was going to say Will Smith. Dave Smith. Define topic. Topics 4. Okay, his topics are, he said, so the 12-day war, things he wants to cover. Okay.
Number 2, we want to talk about the appeared.
Sorry, one of the things he wants to do is focus group some students. 12-day war between Israel and Iran. What do we think of that? Good, bad? How did Trump deal with it? Okay. Yeah, it's fine. That's a good enough summary. And
handle it. Number 2, we want to talk about the appeared, the fake, or the real amount of Israeli influence in American politics.
Okay, influence of Israel on American politics. Okay, cool. This is something that everybody, it's one of the, even if we're not talking about the conflict, it's like Israel owns America, or Israel controls America.
From AIPAC to how congressmen are involved and kind of have our discussion debate. And then finally, it's one thing to be against stuff, everybody. You can always, I don't like this, I don't like that. I want both of these men to present what their solution is.
Okay, and so his third thing is he wants a solution to the things they don't like. Okay. All right. Let us, ouch, paper cut, nicely done.
Their proposition of what they are proposing. So with that though, Dave, I thought it would be
their proposition of what they're proposing. Thank goodness, okay? That kind of janky wording is something I would do. So I'm feeling quite good. I'm feeling good about it.
Helpful. This is your first Turning Point event. Some people aren't familiar with your work. Introduce yourself.
Yeah, you know it, Barmy. People are gonna make that joke.
An introductory statement, and the floor is yours, my friend.
Easy.
Oh, well, thank you.
So, introductory statement. Fine. So we're going to go Dave, introductory statement. I think that's what I'm going to try and do because it's a formal debate. There's supposed to be a block per turn. There's supposed to be a turn, speaking turns. And obviously they interrupt each other. I don't need what I don't want to do is take the interruptions into account as if they are normal discourse. Okay? I want, like I said previously, is like if I was running a debate, I would want crosstalk to not actually be considered discussion. If you are speaking over the other person, it's as if you are you're being muzzled. Nobody can actually hear you. He obviously that's not what's going on here. We're not in a room where you can mute and all of that sort of stuff. So they do definitely very much interrupt each other. But the way I want to deal with that diagram is just note the interruptions, not just say a thing. Hey, there was an interruption here. Okay. Aqua, thank you for the subscription. Welcome to the colony. Enjoy the deep dive. Hopefully.
Very much, and thank you guys for having me.
Oh, mamma mia, just the woo. Okay, we're cool. Introduction. statements. Oh, I didn't, again with the prep, okay, I'm gonna have to manually, okay, because now I've got some nice scrap paper. I'm going to manually do the scores, okay? But are we a Republican colony or a monarchical colony? Monarchical, because I am queen. Okay, I'm going to give them points. Okay, so if we were doing this online on the OBS, I would give them lifelines and little things and take away points. But I'm trying to, we're just trying a different version here. And also, maybe I can be a bit more accurate with writing things down. So I'm going to have Dave, and then I'm going to have Josh. And then for points, things that I like, when there is an interaction where Charlie really deals with them so well, I'm going to give him points for that. So there, Charlie gets them as well. So there you go. You guys see? Can you see, class? Can you see? Okay, cool. People that gish gallop then talk over their debate opponent 5 seconds into the response are just awful. Well, we get a lot of that actually from Josh, which is not a good look. Okay, so here we go. Well, we get it from both of them actually, considering what I have experienced of this video. So, yeah, I will at least be trying not to replay the video because I do have the transcript now. Anyway, so we got where we're at is, yay, woo, Dave Smith, he's our hero.
As Charlie mentioned, I took a flight here, so I'm going on no sleep. So if Josh wins, it doesn't count. But I'm a stand-up comedian, and I'm also a libertarian. I'm really a follower of the greatest congressman who's ever lived, who is Dr. Ron.
Okay, so I'm just the introductory statements about himself. About himself, like labels for himself is what we get. You can't see it at all. Sorry, I'll make the video bigger. It is because of the way my windows are. There is a different layout that we can do this one. I don't want to, the reason I can't do it big like this, okay, because that would be nice for you guys, but I'm actually working with the transcript. So mostly it's about listening. If there is something that I want you guys to very much see in terms of expressions and things like that, I'll do it. But let me also zoom in for you guys. Maybe that'll help. So that I can go down like this. Or maybe, I don't know. Let's see. If I let it auto scroll, maybe it'll work. Let's see.
Paul, who is turning 90 years old.
Sorry, Josh does need to be read. Hey there, cats and kittens. I'm loving this kitty moderator Arch. It reminds me of my high school speech and debate coaching days. Oh, I am looking for textbooks. So if you have any books to recommend me for this, that would be great. We did have speech and drama in school, and that would be where we practiced debate, but we didn't have this big debate culture that it seems like you can have in America, just in North America in general, that you have school debates and you have it as an extracurricular activity.
Happy birthday to him.
So we've got his libertarian and follower. So let's see if it went down. So if I go back like this and go to the transcript, yeah. Greatest congressman, Dr. Ron Paul, follower of Ron Paul. So he's giving us all these labels for himself. A libertarian, a stand-up comedian, libertarian. I'm really a follower of the greatest congressman who ever lived. So very much that. Immediately putting myself. ChatGPT and Grok are great textbooks. I don't know, they can get janky. I may have a few still, but they're super old now. I'll still look. I am looking at some older ones already. That I think it was like they were published in the 80s. It was acceptable in. Guys, look, I can add notes. and save them. Your note will be added to the transcript and stored locally. Wow. So basically I could just go through it like this, add notes. But I feel like I would need a sponsorship from YouTube transcript.io to make my stream all about that. But then again, Xmount, it doesn't what's the name? Sponsor us either. Okay.
As far as, look, I would say I think that American foreign policy for my entire life has been insane and like criminally insane. We've launched war after war. We've talked about peace through strength the whole time, but all we've gotten is permanent militarism and forever wars against countries that pose no threat to us. And a huge...
Okay, so we've just got his main topics about foreign policy, right? He's not happy, not a fan of foreign policy. US foreign policy is not good for him. It is crazy. It's insane. It's insane. I'm just going to do keywords forever wars. Wars against countries that aren't a threat to us. Okay, cool. That's his main contention is, yeah, they're not even a threat, so we're creating these problems for ourselves. That's the main line that he put in the Douglas discussion.
Part of the reason why we've embarked on this is because the neoconservatives hijacked our foreign policy and they were in power after 9/11. And the neoconservatives, as everybody who's followed it knows, were joined at the hip with the Likud party.
Okay, so he's against neoconservatives. He's just making a statement. Okay, his argument is, well, the Likud... let me just check the spelling of that. Israel. It's Likud. Okay. Okay. The Likud party. Against neoconservatives and their connection to the Likud. Okay. Well, that's a lie. That's been the default since 1947. What the default to be in alliance with that group?
That's just a fact. They all admit it in their own words. And you can go back and you can read the clean...
Okay. Something I'm not a fan of here is you can go and read this book and you can go and do this and that. That is okay, I suppose, on a podcast where you don't have time to go through all of those things, I suppose. You're having just a conversation. It's a lot more casual. But go and read this book. Tell me what's in the book. Okay. I'm going to view this, go and read this book as, I must go and do the homework now. Of course, I can then just say, well, your book is lying. That's another way to go to avoid this. So he does this several times, as far as I remember. Go and read this book, and I'm a fan of books. Love them. Okay, it's a really good thing to have books. I'm fine with that. And yes, people do research and extensive research and put a lot of time into books, and that does give them some sort of authority on an issue. But as anything, as a book is not necessarily unbiased either. But anyway, he brings up these books. You can go and read this book. You can go and read that book. So those are like him taking an IOU for me. I'm like, he goes, oh, I owe you this fact, but it's in here. Okay, so just give me this ticket and I'll give you the fact afterwards. Okay, what am I going to get from this book?
Break memo. You can read the...
Okay, so, sorry, let's go to his where he's at. They said this in their own words, okay? So, I suppose there's evidence for this, okay? Evidenced in... I think that's basically how I'll structure it. You'd make an amazing school teacher, Kitty. I really hope so, Creamage, because if I were to get employment, the thing that I would want to go into is training. I don't think I can be a school teacher because of my tattoos, but I wouldn't mind being a good school teacher, some kind of teacher, and if I had material to learn, to structure and then produce and present, I think I might not be as loopy as I am when I'm streaming live. Just hide your tattoos, yeah. There are some outfits, and you know what? I even considered for certain, just in future when I did have my tattoos. It's not like I was like, oh no, I'm never gonna need employment, and my tattoos will never be a problem. I knew this could be a problem. There is special makeup that you can actually get to cover up even the darkest of tattoos, but long sleeves are a lot easier than makeup. But my reasoning for that was, listen, women will spend hours putting makeup on in the morning, so if I'm gonna be putting makeup on my arms, then I'm gonna, yeah. Listen, if it's necessary, it's necessary. Suck it up, buttercup. Don't be a kid. Don't be a teacher. The kids are crazy. Yeah, that is also quite. This YouTube leaderboard just loves me for some reason. Well, mods should not be part of it. Okay, how do you make how to do makeup stream? Yeah, do a put the cream on and there you go. Okay, cool. So I'm overheating now. Anyway, evidenced by this book. Okay, evidenced by. Okay, we've got read the companion piece. Coping with crumbling states. Okay, David Wertheimer. I'm just going to use what the transcript typed it as. Okay. And Richard Pearl. Okay. Richard Parker. Now their plan is to help Israel. Okay. Oh, sorry, the clean break memo. You can go back. They're also all emitted in the odes, but you can go back and you could read the clean break memo. So these are, I was thinking about this as well. What would a symbol be, a marker be for for evidence, right? Things to go into research. Is there an I here? Tag. Wait, yeah, no, that's an exclamation point. What would it be? Pin? Put a pin in it. Okay. In my diagram, I'm putting a little pin next to anything that is stuff that they're like, hey, go and, or should it be? Really. You guys don't need to hear this. Anyway, plan, okay, Paula, Richard Pearl, and they plan, okay, jump to, let's play. And play. Okay, we can't press play like that.
Own words. And you can go back and you can read the clean break memo. You can read the companion piece, Coping with Crumbling States. This was written by David Wormser and Richard Pearl. And they laid out their plan. Now, their plan was that to help Israel, the clean break is a break from the peace process.
Clean break memo. I'll just put the break. He explains it further. I suppose I'll put that there. Break from the peace process. Okay.
Break from Oslo, which was designed to give the Palestinians their own state. And these neoconservative geniuses decided that instead of the Israelis making peace with the Palestinians, they could just have the US overthrow all of the surrounding governments that were giving Israel a hard time.
Okay. Just going back to the transcript for these things so I don't have to replay the video all the time. Okay. The clean break is a break from the peace process, a break from Oslo, which was designed to give Palestinians their own state. Okay, so I'm going to put that into my diagram. If only... Okay. Okay. I'm wondering if I just do a quick copy paste, and then you guys don't need to see me backspacing and all of this sort of stuff. So I'll quick copy paste things and structure it that way. So I have their direct words, but I will summarize them later without you guys needing to watch me do it. So, okay, let's do that. Okay. And these neoconservatives decided instead of Israelis making peace with the Palestinians, they could have the USA overthrow. Okay. USA will overthrow the countries around it. It's not a lion, Timber. It's I suppose it looks like it, but you know what it is? It's actually it's a dragon. There you go. Every single time somebody asks me about my tattoos, I say my husband's gonna film them or take photos for me, and then it doesn't happen. Okay, the promises all over the place. So what was the last country on that list? It was Iran, boys. Okay. Israel a hard time. Sorry, just have the US overthrow the surrounding things and next 5 years. And what was the last country on that list? It was Iran. Okay. Cool. Become like a neoconservative as okay. So this is now from Charlie. Okay. What was the last country on that list? It was Iran.
And this is where 4-star General Wesley Clark says that he saw the plans right after 9/11 to overthrow 7 countries in the next 5 years.
Oh yes, we're also going to put that into the evidence by 4-star General. He loves mentioning his 4-star General. Wesley Clark. Clark saw plans after 9/11 to overthrow. To me, this is a collection of his facts, okay? He's saying, look, they did this. Look, they did this. These are the policies that I don't like. And I suppose that is worthy of discussion. It is part of what we're doing here. But what I want to know is okay, cool, can we come to some sort of conclusion? You're pushing this messaging. You're saying this is how it happened. This is what happened. This is what the government did. That's it. And I don't like it. I think that's all that I'm getting from Dave Smith is the government did this and I don't like it. Can we go further than that? Can we go, okay, to the point he does eventually get to it, to the point where he's like, we need to stop imperialism, we need to stop empire and go back to republic. That's basically his conclusion. So whenever he speaks, he just brings up these things, and this is why he feels this way, is that they did stuff, I don't like this stuff, they should stop doing this stuff. It's not that complicated.
And what was the last country on that list?
Jacob.
It was Iran. Okay? This is a big part of what the whole conflict is about. Now, the neoconservative has kind of become like a pejorative for war hawks these days. And don't get me wrong, I support that. Keep calling them neocons. But the actual neoconservatives, the self-identified neoconservatives,
could you stop?
Aren't really...
Do you see how it keeps pulling me up and down? I hate everything, no solution, yeah. But he's like, I don't need to have a solution. I don't need to. I just know that I don't like this. So what Charlie does actually is sometimes give him a solution and say, what do you think about that? Would that be an okay solution? Well, what's the problem with that? Give me the problem with that. I'm just thinking of just going back into the idea of what his argument is, other than they did this, I don't like it. So what becomes contentious is people say, this memo does not mean that. The interpretation of the facts is what we are then disagreeing on, right? So, well, that's it. That's my anticipation. Let's see. So he's talking about neoconservatives aren't
in power anymore.
Okay.
But Benjamin Netanyahu is still in power in Israel, and the Likud party is still pushing for this. Now, I want very quickly, I'll try to not go too long here. Okay, they actually did focus group testing back in the 90s before the first Gulf War in Iraq. And you know, Americans weren't really moved by, we have to reinstall the King of Kuwait, but they were moved by the nuclear threat. Now, if you go read Coping with Crumbling States or the Clean Break memo, in the 90s when the neocons admitted they wanted to overthrow Saddam Hussein, they never said it was because he had nuclear weapons. They said he was a problem for Israel.
Okay. So his contention, or his what he's trying to point to is that focus groups, because what he's trying to say is because people didn't think changing the King of Kuwait was a good enough reason to go to war, they brought up the threat of nuclear power. Okay. Changing King of Kuwait as a reason to go to war wasn't good enough in focus groups. Therefore, they brought up the while nuclear threat was more created more agreement. So he's saying that the establishment wanted these conflicts, and they were looking for reasons that the people would accept. Okay, wanted conflict and was looking for acceptable, publicly ways to start them, reasons to start them. Evidenced by, evidenced by focus groups. Focus groups that found. So we can I suppose argue about whether these things happened or not. Focus groups found. Okay, so that's his main because migraine.
In the region, they only made up that lie after 9/11 because they knew that's what would sell you, or maybe not you, you're too young, but sell your moms and dads on going and fighting this war. And by the
okay, yeah. So the establishment lies to justify wars. Justifies wars they profit from. Okay, cool. That's basically his thing, but he says it in many words and yells it and makes it very nice and interesting for the rallies, I suppose, is what people want to hear. They want to go, yeah, I agree. Cool.
When they talked about wanting to overthrow Iran, it was the same thing. Never had nothing to do with a nuclear threat. That's just the thing they use now as the excuse. So yes, there is tremendous influence by Israel.
So yes, as well. So he goes, as well, another thing, Israel has a lot of influence on USA. Okay, cool. And he's unhappy about that. Cool.
In our government, that doesn't mean I'm subscribing to some crazy conspiracy or telling you to hate Jewish people.
There you go, guys. Somehow, you know what? You guys might get annoyed with a person that always has to land up putting that caveat on it. And some people don't even believe it anyway. But he's saying outright, hey, this does not mean that I'm now the JQ guy. Okay, don't come to me and think that I am on your side and I think that the world is run by the evil Jews, okay? That he's setting himself aside from that. And I think it's important for you to do that in today's climate. Set yourself aside from it. And yes, apparently even setting yourself aside from it doesn't stop people from getting frothy on your behalf, but that's the least you can do, is set yourself aside, say, I'm not a representative of those people, okay? And he's like, listen, I'm Jewish.
I'm just saying they have influence. They've used it in a very negative way, and we should reject this insane foreign policy and embrace the foreign policy that Dr. Ron Paul advocated.
Okay, so he's got the solution. The solution is to embrace the foreign policy of Ron Paul, which is
the foreign policy of the founding fathers. Stay out of entangling alliances, stay out of unnecessary wars, be friends with the world.
Okay, so stay out of entangling alliances, okay? Okay, and what else? What are we doing? Staying out of entangling alliances, stay out of unnecessary wars. Okay, at least he's not saying all wars. Okay, then for some reason the S's are just not cooperating in my copy paste. It's funny, so I'm saying stay out of things. Be friends with the whole world and trade with the world. Obviously, that's just wishful thinking, but it's the ideal. Okay.
And trade with the world. That's the key to prosperity.
Thank you, Dave.
Okay, good. He made a clear and concise conclusion there. Very well done. Dave gets 1 point because he touched on the things he didn't. Okay, he did talk about the 12-day war. Essentially, we can kind of get an idea of what his opinion of the 12-day war is that it's just there shouldn't be any conflict with Iran in any case. Okay, so you can kind of glean that. Influence of Israel and American politics. He's said yes, there is that, and it needs to be dialed back. It does not need to be that way. And the solution to things he doesn't like is essentially stay out of entangling alliances. So stay out of unnecessary wars, be friends with the world. So he did give us solutions, so that he gets a point for making an argument. So that's what we're looking at here. Let me just give you a show of the first talking speaking turn. That's what we're at. Okay, that gets put aside. Okay, Dave introductory statements, and he got a point for that. Good boy. And let's go back. All right, let's continue.
Josh, opening statement, feel free to respond, and then we'll proceed as we go. So
okay, so what Charlie did here, he said feel free to respond. He invited Josh to respond, which I don't think that's not what an introductory or opening statement is about. You're supposed to focus on your arguments. And I would, if I am going to allow the opponent to respond, I understand you want, with the recency effect, you are wanting to respond immediately to what the person has said. But yeah, I would, if there are going to be direct remarks that are based on what the opponent has said, what Dave has said, I would want them to come after he's made his general claims. Either way, I suppose he's asked him to do both things. You can respond directly, and you must give your introductory, your introductory remarks. So I'm going to add that I'm going to copy paste that. And I'm not going to blame Charlie on the way that Josh acts here, because it seems like this is all that Josh actually had prepared for this part of the debate. He didn't have a general thing like Dave did. So I don't think I'm going to be, just as from what I remember, I don't think I'm going to be giving Josh points for this opening remark stuff. So anyway, thank you, Dave. Josh, opening statements. Feel free to respond, and then we'll proceed as we go. So, and he's like, cool, I'll give you 3.5 minutes. So fine. My note there is just ask them for an introductory, then you guys can respond to each other. Opening statement, no responding. Open moderated discourse, closing statement, simple. Open moderated discourse, closing statements. What are you saying? Are you saying we're supposed to move from opening statements without responding? Yeah, that's the thing. They shouldn't be doing responding, but what this invites is, say if Dave, if Josh wanted to talk about the book that Dave brought up and bring that into question, I wouldn't want that in my discussion yet. If we're doing opening remarks, I want you to tell me your argument, then you can go into responses and things like that. That's how debate usually works, but he's combined them both here. Either way, it doesn't seem like Josh was even considering that. He was just ready to go with something else. His opening statement is not very opening. Okay, here it is.
That was about 3.5, 4 minutes, so same amount of time.
All right, so it's really great to be here. Thank you, Charlie, for having me. Thank you, Turning Point, for having me back. It's really wonderful to be at this amazing conference. You know, Dave joked that he didn't get any sleep last night. Today's
Okay, so he's also going through to the joke thing, because I remember Dave started with the joke, I'll open with a joke. That's really normal to do. He's like, well, if I lose, it's because I didn't get any sleep. So now what we get from Josh is, well, I'm fasting, so.
actually also a fast day on the Jewish calendar. I'm not eating or even drinking water. So we're all on the same page here. We're all just totally screwed. So you can
Fun.
and kind of get off the same starting place there. Look, there's a lot of substance to respond to. I'll just really briefly do that, and then we'll talk about what I actually want to talk about.
So he's so far he's in this talking turn. He is going to respond. He's claiming to us that he will respond and give us a general. Use his time to respond and give a general idea of his thoughts. Okay, so let's go, Josh. I'm gonna put response and introduction statements. Okay, let's see what he does.
In my opening remarks, Dave mentioned this alleged coordination between the neoconservatives, which I presume he means Bush-era foreign policy, and the Likud party. I presume half of you probably don't even know what the Likud party is. It's referring to the Israeli.
I mean, I didn't.
Right? It's very instructive, and Dave always conveniently neglects to.
He really already is going very much about who Dave is. Like, immediately, he uses his name more. Dave did not use Josh's name in his introductory statements whatsoever. I understand this is response, so he's going to, I suppose, have a bit of an excuse to use it. But for me, I'm like, relax. You're going hard immediately. This is hold your horses. Can we get contentious later on? So I'm going to put here, first of all, the he is, the thing that he does attack is the Likud party. Okay. The Likud party association with Bush-era administration. A Bush-era foreign policy. Okay, brings that up. Takes issue with the mention of Likud party association with Bush-era foreign policy. Explains that they are the right. It's referring to the Israeli rights. Okay, it's very instructive. And Dave always conveniently neglects to inform the audience of this, that actual leader of the Israeli, okay,
and the Likud party. I presume half of you probably don't even know what the Likud party is. It's referring to the Israeli right. It's very instructive, and Dave always conveniently neglects to inform the audience of this, that the actual leader of the Israeli right back in 2002, a man by the name of Ariel Sharon, vehemently opposed the Bush administration going into Iraq. So this whole...
Okay, so the way that he is, he questions it is that there was a Ariel Sharon who took in 2002 vehemently opposed the Bush administration going into Iraq. So the whole notion that Israeli is talking America into foreign wars is total nonsense. So that's his thing back against it. And then we've got back into another one. He's going into a 2011. Okay, back in 2011. Hey, Matthew.
Notion that Israel is talking America into foreign wars is total nonsense. Actually, in 2011, when the Obama administration toppled Muammar Gaddafi in Libya, it's actually well known that Libya actually sent secret diplomatic envoys to Israel, trying to tell them to then talk to the United States and France to talk NATO off of that attack there. So.
Okay, so he's this is his other factual thing. This is his counterfactual, I suppose, is what we could call it. So, hey Davina, in 2011, when we had the thing with Gaddafi, this whole narrative is totally backwards here. Actually, no, that's not what it is. Sorry, I've copy pasted the wrong thing. The Obama administration toppled Gaddafi in Libya. It's actually well known that Libya actually sent secret diplomatic envoys to Israel, trying to tell them then to talk to the United States and France to talk NATO off this. That's interesting. That's Libya speaking to Israel, and Israel then speaking to America. It seems like America is talking. Israel does talk to America when it comes to conflict, and cool. Libya asked them to talk them down. Did they? The whole narrative is totally backwards here. The United States and France to take NATO off the attack. That's Libya. That's the actions of Libya that you're talking about. You're not talking about what Israel did to stop this attack. Okay. That would be my question. I would want to ask him about that, because I don't know. Okay. Let's see.
This whole narrative is totally backwards there, but I want to kind of dumb things down a little bit here. I see a lot of people wearing 47 hats. I voted for President Trump multiple times. I love our president. You guys love our president, right? You love President Trump? Okay. This is turning point freaking USA. Charlie.
This is dumb. This I will. If he had points, I would want to take them off here. But he's just not getting them, okay? He goes, let me dumb it down. He invokes Trump. Invokes Trump support. He's like, oh, we're from the crowd. So this is turning point. We love Trump. And his argument is, Dave doesn't like Trump. What? Why? Who told you that was a good argument to make, bruh? Like, so your argument is, he doesn't like Trump. You guys like Trump, right? Well, he doesn't. I rest my case. Like, we're smarter than this. He wants to dumb it down, but sorry, no, we're not dumbing it down that far.
God bless you. You have built the largest MAGA grassroots army in the country. Seriously, my friend, you deserve this. You all are.
Yay! Woo! He's playing. He thinks he's playing the crowd nicely.
Card-carrying members of it. We here are part of that. The good news is that while no one should be afraid of debate, and this debate is a nice thing here, the MAGA movement is actually quite unified. Believe it or not.
The MAGA movement. So he goes to MAGA movement, invokes the Trump support for the crowd. MAGA movement. What about the MAGA movement? MAGA movement is unified. What are we unified on?
All the talk to the contrary when it comes to these issues. An overwhelming majority of self-identified MAGA Republicans supports close U.S. relations, according to a CBS News.
Okay, so you're bringing up supposedly what other people think of this. You're actually being like Trump. I suppose you would be, right? Because you're a Trump supporter. You're such an avid Trump supporter. You're going, everybody tells me. That's what you're doing here. You're saying everybody says we agree. And that's the argument. That's not no, that you can't play that here. We're not playing that game. But go off, try, continue, use up all your minutes on this bullshit. MAGA movement is unified. I'm going to give you some statistics, because remember, if I start bringing up numbers in a debate, somehow that makes me factual and good over it. Okay, what do we get here? No, the debate actually is during Epstein shit show. It's during, so it's like they do mention it a little bit. Okay. According to a CBS News poll, moreover, the recent Operation Midnight Hammer B2 bomb shells there were people, according to, an overwhelming majority of self-identified, because we're self-IDing MAGA Republicans, support close US relations. So by the way, I don't give a shit, even if that is true. We are here to argue about facts, about, you know, what's going on, what we think as individuals on the stage. You moron. Why are you starting off like this? I don't understand. Boo! You're making Dave Smith make more sense. What's wrong with you? Like, I don't like Dave Smith. I find him quite insufferable, but you're not doing yourself any favors. And as you know, everybody, as you know, if I don't like you, that is a huge problem. Okay, the identified MAGA Republicans, cool. According to a CBS News poll, moreover, after the recent Operation Midnight, 94% of them were happy, of the people. Cool. Very well done. We've got some stuff. I'm going to put little pins here as if they're relevant facts, but okay. Facts are oppressive. Facts are boring when they're not relevant.
Poll. Moreover, after the recent Operation Midnight Hammer B2 bombers in Iran, 94%.
Wow! Hey, that's so cool. As soon as I did that, the membership alert came up. Thank you, Barmy. Guys, I'm so happy. Thank you so much for the gifted memberships. Now we will have more people to watch the video that I need to edit tonight. That I finally recorded yesterday. It's actually going to be quite a long one, but it's about Marcus Aurelius's meditations, and it's got a lot of life lessons and things. And Barmy W, absolutely. And you know what? For that, let's see if I've got it here. Here you go. That's it. That's all we could do, guys. Otherwise, we get clipped. Last time it didn't copyright strike us for that little bit, so we're good. I'm more worried about being copyright struck for this video with Charlie Kirk. Mbop, everybody, mbop. I suppose we gotta. What would an mbop emote look like? Hey, Barmy, would we have to have a handsome like haircut sort of thing going on? Okay.
4% of self-identified MAGA Republicans supported President Trump's dropping those B2 bombs on Fort Natanz and the other run.
Cool, they supported it. Very cool, very cool.
Facilities there. This is a wildly.
So hey crowd, you guys agree, right? Okay.
Wildly popular policy there. What did Dave Smith say about this? He re-upped his.
Ooh, what did Dave Smith say? I'm talking to people. Is she Jewish? No, she's not Jewish.
Now, years-long crusade to call for Donald Trump's impeachment. Y'all probably don't know that about Dave Smith, dude. He's now called for...
Right. So, we're going to now start going at Dave Smith. Attacks Dave Smith directly. Attacks Dave Smith's behavior. Okay. Ad hominem. But, okay, whatever. Hey, guys, you know what he did? Maybe hidden in there we can have some of his opinions, but let's see what he does.
Dave Smith, for Donald Trump to be impeached multiple times. But Dave, you know, look, I mean, I don't like when people misquote me either. You probably don't like when people misquote you, so I actually have a little bit of a highlight reel.
Wow. This is not... Oh, look how prepared I was. No, honey. No. Hey, Sultan! Sorry, I yelled. That's pretty loud. Let's put that up higher. Hey, Sultan. Good to see you. Haven't seen you in a while. Hanson did a video of Mbop live secretly and changed it up a little. Ooh, interesting. You'll recreate. Oh my goodness. The master of AI music will deliver, boys. Okay. So, little bit. This is embarrassing, I would say. Okay, now I'm getting cold, guys. I don't understand my body right now. This is not cool. Clearly not. No, it is cool. That's why I'm cold. Okay. I don't even. Daisy, could you make me a coffee? I want somebody to make me a coffee. Okay.
Here of Dave Smith's tweets over the years. Dave Smith, March 19th, 2024. Donald Trump is responsible for around 500,000 deaths in Yemen and between the weapons to Ukraine and the Abraham Accords Jerusalem embassy. He is at least partially responsible for the 2 worst humanitarian crises in the world. He's a war criminal who should spend his life in prison.
I don't even want to. What AI, Kitty? It's all my voice in my band. Yeah. You got them on tap. Do I have a fever? I don't know, man. I don't think so. But it could be. Kitty is such a lady with her inability to regulate her body temperature. Yeah, I've got a problem, man. Okay, so Dave Smith's behavior, quotes tweets. I'm not even putting them in the diagram. Get out, okay? I'm not interested in that. Quotes tweets of Dave Smith criticizing Trump. Cool. You're wasting your time.
He is calling Donald Trump a war criminal who should spend his life in prison. You should be livid at that. I am livid at that as a Trump supporter. Donald Trump, Dave Smith, June 16, 2025.
Dude, sorry, by the way, I love the kimono style jacket. This is a present from my mom. I've had it for years and years and years. She laughs every time she sees me wear it. She's like, because it was hers, and then I'm like, nah, this is mine now. and I've kept it. I absolutely adore it. I want more of these. I need to find some sort of thrifting shop or something. Not that you can really in Dubai. You go to a thrift shop in Dubai and you have to buy like a Fendi or something like that. I don't know. Cool. Oh, the only prescription is more cowbell. Absolutely groovy. Oh, okay.
Trump allegedly had full prior knowledge of Israel's attacks and gave it his blessing while pretending to be negotiating with the Iranians as a cover. If this is true, Trump is the most impotent bitch of a leader imaginable. He's calling our president
He's calling our president a bitch, everybody! Clutch your pearls, Alice! Yes, sis. Kitty said Gibbs and Mama said Kitty gave. I don't think she didn't even realize I had it until like a year or so later. She's like, oh, is that my jacket? Like, yeah!
greatest president in my lifetime, an impotent bitch. Are you kidding me?
The greatest president in my lifetime, an impotent bitch. So he riles up the crowd. Now look at here, guys. This is where we can go full screen. You can see that Charlie puts up his hands.
Imaginable. He's calling our president, the greatest president in my lifetime, an impotent bitch.
Yeah, stop. None of this. Stop. So that's what he's busy doing. He's trying to rile up the crowd. No bueno, guys. No. It's not kosher.
Are you kidding me? June 21st, 2025. Donald Trump has now launched
Yes, let's not boo someone.
Legal war of aggression against Iran.
So what did he say? Let's not boo. He's reading the tweets. I don't give a fuck. Iranians, blah blah. He called us. I'm gonna have to put it slower. Or let me try and do it one more time. It's not in the transcript.
Kidding me? June 21st, 2025. Donald Trump has now launched.
Let's not boo someone.
An illegal war of aggression against.
Yeah, he's just asking. So I'm going to say, I'm going to put a thing in capitals over here for Charlie. Charlie tries to calm the crowd and stop them. So I'm going to put a certain formatting on that. Very well done, Charlie. Charlie gets a point. Charlie gets a point. Okay, and who's the first one to trigger the moderator? Josh. Not good, Josh. If this was you would be a negative point if this is how we were marking this interaction. But it ain't. So, what do we put? We can, for our format here, for goodness. Border, Charlie, yeah, cool. A stain on us Joshes. I'm sorry, Josh. Hey, 144. Good to see you.
The risk of an absolute catastrophe is very high and the benefits are non-existent. Dave Smith, June 21st.
Ooh, so what did he say? Donald Trump is now someone within who an illegal war of aggression against Iran. The risk is an absolute catastrophe. It's very high and benefits are non-existent. All he's doing is repeating what Dave Smith was talking about. Up there, Dave Smith was criticizing the government. You're not winning through this, but you're okay, fine, whatever.
Dead wrong. This notion that World War III would start.
Yay, Charlie! Yeah. If we continue with this next week, we can have a little clip. Come on, Charlie. Well done, Charlie. Charlie the unicorn. Sorry, I'm writing it down. Okay. Although, guys, kudos to Creamage. He remembers all of these little ideas a lot better than I do, and I write them down.
Not a single American casualty. We should be celebrating that. Donald Trump fulfilled multiple.
Yeah. Can we get to the debate?
He fulfilled multiple campaign promises. The escalator speech in 2015 at Trump Tower. He literally.
Wow, we're talking about the escalator speech. Okay. So, but then he's attacks Dave Smith's behavior, quotes tweets of Dave Smith quoting Trump, mentions what Trump, how Trump has delivered on promises since his first term. Okay. Said, I'm not going to let Iran get a nuclear weapon. Iran nuclear weapon. 2016. Okay. And guess what? He also said, I oppose neoconservative foreign policy. Opposition of neoconservative policy. And guess what he did? Okay. I thought that's the Charlie you meant. The Charlie I meant was Charlie the unicorn.
He said, I'm not going to let Iran get a nuclear weapon. And guess what? He said, I oppose a neoconservative foreign policy. He did both of those things with
See ya, Emperor.
Iran. He deprived the Iranian regime of nuclear weapon while not losing a single American sailor, soldier, marine.
Yeah, that is a pretty good thing, the way that he did. Conservative policy. Essentially, we are getting a bit of his idea of the 12-day war. War was well handled, is his point. Candy Mountain, Charlie.
While depriving them of nuclear weapons. And finally, Charlie, I went on this. Dave Smith, July 8th.
Like, geez, bro, I know I've got him speaking on 1.5, but he's really trying.
In 2025, in the last month, Donald Trump has launched a war of aggression on behalf of a foreign government, exploded the debt, announced that he's continuing the Biden policy of arming Ukraine, and covered up a giant child rape operation. So according to my interlocutor.
So you see, this is the idea. That's him. This tweet he's talking about here is about the Epstein bullshit, right? So according to my interlocutor, Donald Trump is blah blah. He doesn't like Donald Trump, everybody. How can you support him?
Donald Trump is not just engaging in wars on behalf of foreign governments. He is also covering up the world's giant pedophilic child sex trafficking ring, allegedly, I presume, on behalf of a foreign government as well. So I'm disgusted, frankly, that this man is on stage. But I'll end it at that.
Oh, wow. I'm disgusted this man is on stage. You know what? I actually kind of have to minus points. I'm sorry, I actually do. You had a chance, love. You had a chance. Josh, fuck's sake. -1. I'm disgusted this man is on stage. If you're gonna do this, I know this is blood sports, so cool, whatever. But I don't want it to be blood sports. Like, you don't have to be like, I don't like this guy, he's a dick. No, you know how you beat him? You beat him with your arguments. You don't beat him with telling him how much of a dick he is. He's a comedian, he's gonna take that. He's got thicker skin than you ever gonna have. It's not gonna work. So, minus points for Josh, okay? He's on -1, and I'm being generous.
Okay, well, got it. So,
and everyone went, yeah. Well, not everyone.
You can see peace is hard.
Peace is hard. Well, yeah, from this guy, like, can we at least get to the point where your hate for the person is relevant, or your disgust for the person is relevant? You don't have to start your conversation off with the disgust. So, I don't know, let's try and keep that in mind. Don't start conversations off with disgust. Let somebody get to the point that they disgust you, okay? Just a little laugh note. Maybe clip it, Chinsia, okay? Don't start off conversations with being disgusted with the person. Let the person disgust you with what they say to your face. Okay? Don't start with disgust. Unless of course the topic is framed, hey, this person disgusts you, discuss the disgust. Like, I understand that, but yeah. You need to actually slow Charlie down to 0.75. Don't start with disgust.
Meow.
Meow, 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 meow.
Meow, 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 meow.
Meow, meow.
Meow, 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 meow.
Thank you for the subscription over, the follow over on Twitch. Hexually active. That's pretty funny. We got witches following us.
I'm trying to keep the peace. Now, Dave, I want to give you an opportunity, about 4 minutes to respond to that. But also, I do want to, now that we had the opening salvos and the tomahawk.
He's pretty good at he's socializing. He's with what he talks about, the opening salvos, and the tomahawks and the missiles. He's kind of trying to play it, like, make it okay, make it calm. Oh, I noticed. I'm pointing out that there has been contention here. I'm pointing out that that's a problem. Well, not a problem, that it's happened. I've noticed it. Maybe that softens it for the interaction. So you can see peace is hard. So he's just discussing that. So he's kind of just being nice. I'm not going to give him a point for that. It's just, I'm just noting what he's doing. Let's respond as you see fit.
This was launched. Let's respond as you see fit. No, and then bring us to the 12-day war. Is that, let's stay.
Okay, so I could give him a point there, bring us to the 12-day war. So I'm being generous. Why not? Respond as you see fit, then bring us to the 12-day war, because that's what he wants them to talk about, right? Okay. So moderator, keeping you guys on topic, right? Fine, respond like you want to, but yeah, please can we get to the actual discussion?
Focused on that.
Yeah.
We can.
Well, the thing, Charlie,
but defend yourself.
Sure.
To be fair, these debates are mostly about optically winning, not really the substance. If one person goes in guns blazing and does it well, they will probably win. True, that is true. Especially when you're on stage like this with a crowd that can woo, boo, and hiss and whatever. You know, I agree. It is about the optical win, but I want to extract the substance.
Well, the thing is, Charlie, as you may have noticed, some of you may have seen some of my other debates, every single time I come up here to debate issues and they come up here to debate me and my character. It's all.
Yeah, I'm in agreement. Sorry, I want to give Dave a point for pointing that out, for calling it out. Okay, that he is saying, look what this guy has just done. Does he use the guy's name yet? I don't think so. He doesn't say Josh, or I don't know. But he's like, well, you can see that when people are arguing in debates like this, they talk about me. Okay, I'm here to argue about the actual stuff. So, I've given him a point for that, by the way. So let's go into it. They come up here to debate me and my character. It's all they have every time. Okay, it's not all they have, but I would say it's misguided. It makes it look like that's all he has. When the first thing that you did, again, going back to the idea of don't just walk in with your disgust and your guns are blazing, okay, about the person. If you walk in with that and air your issues with the person that you're debating, okay, and that's the first thing you say. Yeah, I'm gonna think that is the only thing you have to say. Like, this is the beginning of our debate. The best time that you can give me the basis for your arguments without them tainted by our interactions. And the first thing you decide to do is quote a bro's tweets. You take out your little paper and say, actually, and then like, no, don't do it. I'm not gonna minus points again, just because I re-traumatized myself.
All they have every single time, because they can't.
And woo, you see they're happy because it's like, yeah, he did something. He said something normal. So that's Dave Smith's response plus the 12-day war. Yeah. Woo, sitcom audience. Yeah, exactly. You know, like in the sitcoms where they would kiss. Woo! Everybody would have that exact woo. Obviously, they recorded those and stuff, but still. Exactly. The first thing you do is throw a verbal punch, and what can you expect to follow? Yeah, exactly. If that's all you're doing, you know what? Fine. But let's see. How does Dave do this? If you do get hit by that verbal punch, what is your reaction? Because yeah, to me, I would be pissed off, okay? But the calmest person in the interaction is probably going to win. But he gets very fired up immediately.
Can't actually take on any of the arguments, and so the most pathetic low-hanging fruit of, you guys like Trump, this guy said bad things about you.
So obviously, because he is a comedian, he's making... Well, he leans into this, and this is the kind of guy he is. This is why he's a comedian, I suppose, is what I'm saying. He's now going to make fun and ridicule the person. Whereas actually just saying they're up here, they don't have anything else to say. They just attack my character. Now he's just going to spend his time riling up the crowd more and going, hey, you see, it's so pathetic, look, and he ridicules them. It's cool.
Trump. Listen, guys, I'm a free American. I supported Donald Trump in this last election. Yes, he did just actively cover up a giant child rapist ring. And
yeah, he's so I'm gonna put that in there. So he does the what do you call it, the ridicule, but he does defends his positions, the positions quoted by Josh. He is a free American. As a free American, he can criticize his president. Cool. That's cool. Attacking the person and not the argument makes the other person weak and dishonest, abusive of fallacy. It's even without people logically looking at it, it doesn't feel right. It's especially when the person doesn't respond in kind. So while he has ridiculed, I don't know. It would be really shitty for him to now start being an absolute prick about Josh. Rise above, be better. And one of the things that I picked up from Charlie is whenever the one starts doing something they criticized the other for doing, so whenever one of the participants becomes hypocritical, he points it out, and I love that.
I'm going to criticize him for that, okay? And I'm sorry, after all these years of us right-wingers saying, protect the children, come on, that's bad for your soul if you don't. You speak up about that. It's horrible what he's doing. And, you know, as far as the actual substance of what Josh said here, which there really wasn't much, but...
Yeah, there really wasn't much. I'm sorry, there wasn't much.
I already pointed this out the last time we debated. His topic about how Sharon was against the war in Iraq is total nonsense.
Okay, so his response, he does go back. Well done for remembering. He disputes the Sharon claim. Okay, how are we disputing that claim? Do you just say no, that's not right?
Sharon's envoy initially opposed it when he found out that Bush was going to invade Iraq, not because he didn't want Saddam Hussein to be overthrown, but because he wanted regime change in Iran first.
Okay, so he's saying the Sharon... It's not that he didn't want the conflict. He wanted the conflict in a different country. Actually, only opposed attack on Iran because... Oh, sorry, Iraq because he wanted Iran first. Not going to... because he wanted Iran attacked first. Okay.
And then when the George W. Bush administration assured him that Iran would come next, they got on board with it and they started pumping out all types of propaganda.
Okay, so attack first only got on board once they were assured Iran would be next. Cool.
About how Saddam Hussein's nuclear secret.
I'm gonna put a pin there. Sorry, just put for our markers. I'm going to put a pin there because it is a factual claim. He's saying this is a counterfact.
Sites that didn't exist. And Benjamin Netanyahu, the longest serving prime minister in Israeli history, that year in 2002 came to Congress and testified under a congressional testimony that anyone can go watch, and advocated not that the U.S. let Israel do it, but that the U.S. overthrow Saddam Hussein. I believe his words were, "I guarantee that peace will spread through the region." And he also advocated.
Okay, so he has obviously issues with Netanyahu, but lots of people do. Lots of Americans do. Benjamin Netanyahu, we don't need to care how long he is. Well, he does have a problem with how long Netanyahu has served, right? Because that's not fair. A congressional testimony, so yeah. Congressional testimony advocated not to let Israel do it, but that the US will overthrow. And Hassan Hussein, and Mr. Gaddafi in the what? Oh, peace would, I need to get that, a congressional thing, and peace would spread through the region. Okay. Okay, another bit of pinned fact. Cool, thank you for that.
That we overthrow Muammar Gaddafi and the mullahs in Iran. So you're just wrong about it. That's not.
Also advocated for, so that's him advocating for other things. Okay, so he's not a fan, guys, not a fan. Okay. Are we going to get to the 12-day war? I mean, just going to be like, no, we're going to be friends with Iran. Why are we upset with Iran,
True.
guys?
And yes, have I been critical of Donald Trump when I think he gets things wrong? Yeah. I mean, I think that's what we should do. This is America. You criticize.
Woo! I hate the fact that crowds have to do that. Just listen. That's what I like about chat, is I suppose when you have online debate, you can keep your participants and say, listen, don't look at chat, so that you don't have the audience there. You have just the people talking. But this is a performance. This is not the point of the debate. If I were king for a day, I'd remove every leader that's made decisions that have resulted in the deaths or harm of others. Interesting. That would mean there would be absolutely no leaders. It seems like part of being a leader is eventually somehow you're going to be the reason somebody dies. It seems like I'm not saying that's a bad idea. I'm just saying, what would we do? It seems like an occupational hazard no matter what. If they read their Bibles, they would know that Israel and Palestine will always be in battle. Yeah. Is that in like Revelation, whatever? Matthew?
The government when they get things wrong. And so I don't even know what else.
Josh, wait, one sec, Josh.
Yes, exactly. Go, Charlie. One sec, Josh. I'm going to put a interruption. Okay.
I gotta keep the peace here. Dave, about a minute-ish.
Okay.
No, I'm taking the right time.
Look, as far as
take about a
the
minute and a half and try to do the 12-day war thing.
Yeah, sure.
He's just trying to remind him. Also gets that's fine. I'm not going to give him an extra point for the reminding him of the topic. He just did moderation stuff. Okay. Interruption, and after the interruption, we've got Charlie moderating. Charlie gets stops Josh interrupting. Keeps Dave on track. Nicely done. Okay. Continue, Dave. Dave continued. That was you there cheering? You ass? I'm trying to listen.
As far as the 12-day war goes, I mean, look, I'll be honest. Donald Trump, it might be the greatest thing he's ever done in his life, that at the end of the 12-day war, he after the Iranian response was as weak as it was, and they gave us advance warning, so there were no American casualties, he started pushing for a ceasefire. And that was great that he did that. But
okay, so we're happy. Hey, we have him happy about Trump pushing for ceasefire. ceasefire after 12-day war. But his problem is that we shouldn't have had any conflict with Iran. There should be no history that caused all of this.
The point is that the war never needed to be launched to begin with. Iran did not have nuclear weapons. Iran...
Okay, ceasefire after 12. Happy about that, but issue is with the war occurring at all. Iran does not have nuclear weapons. I don't believe that was the claim. The claim was not that they have the nuclear weapons, it's that they have breached the agreements. They are going towards it. They're enriching their uranium beyond what was agreed to previously, and that they've overstepped the line. Yes, it seems like Israel also overstepped the line and took a big step, supposedly on its own. Yeah, no. I do believe Iran was doing something, but okay, he is very much against any reason for any war, so he's going to believe, never going to believe what the authorities say, number one, but he's also going to believe that there is no reason to attack anyone.
According to all of the intelligence, including our director of national intelligence, until a day after Israel bombed them and she changed her mind.
Okay, so he's so hold on. Our intelligence, Douglas also pointed this out when he was debating Dave, that he also he decides when he's going to believe the intelligence, the national intelligence or whatever. He's when it says what he wants us to believe, then he's like, yeah, you see, they said it. There is authority behind that. And then he's like, oh, and then she changed her mind. So it's like, okay, well, what are we going to do? Do we believe them? Do we not believe them? You're just going to judge them no matter what they say, I suppose. So Iran did not have nuclear weapons, according to all of our intelligence, including the Director of National Intelligence, until the day after Israel bombed them, and she changed her mind. I'm sorry, I remember following that. It wasn't that long of a thing to follow. Did they really claim? That's pretty stupid. If they claimed that there were actual nukes sitting under the ground there, it wasn't that. They had nuclear facilities. That was the problem. They were eliminating this threat. And then it became a discussion of, and I will agree that there was this back and forth fog of war kind of a thing of, oh no, we've only brought back their nuclear program 30 days estimated. So they were all trying to figure out ways that this 12-day war's success was not actually success either. So, hey AJ, how you doing? Put the point, the war never needed to be launched to begin with, so he's going to have bias, as you're saying there, actually, that he's going to have bias. He's going to listen according to what he wants to do. Selectively. Go read the annual threat assessment from earlier this year. Iran had not made the political decision to acquire a nuclear weapon. Okay, so Iran didn't want to. Okay, Iran was just chill.
Go read the annual threat assessment from earlier this year. Iran had not made the political decision to acquire a nuclear weapon.
I'm interested in the wording there. They hadn't made the political decision to acquire a nuclear weapon. That is very specific wording. Are you putting it in that phrasing? This is what I would want to know, just as a normal general speaking thing. Are you putting it in that phrase because there's another way that they did decide? That there were rumblings and things like that, but there wasn't an official declaration, and that's what you mean. That's all. I'm just really interested in the way he's phrased that. Maybe I can put that in here for myself. The intelligence, she changed it. They had not made the political decision. Interesting. Sorry, I'm going to put as a pin, he goes the national threat assessment. Okay. Go read the annual threat assessment. Iran had not made the political decision to acquire a nuclear weapon. Okay. There was no need other than the fact that Benjamin Netanyahu wants that regime overthrown. Okay, so that's his assertion, is that it's not about the nuclear weapons. It's actually because it happened because Netanyahu wants it. It's to. Okay? He wants that.
And they were in negotiations with Donald Trump at the time to bring their enrichment down. There was just no need other than the fact that Benjamin Netanyahu wants that regime overthrown.
Okay, they were in they were in negotiations to bring their enrichment down. Dave, I just want to ask you, why was their enrichment on its way up? That's what I want to ask you. But they hadn't made the political decision yet. Cool. But I would like to know, yeah, he's like, no, they were in negotiations. They already to bring their enrichment down. Does anybody in chat know? Does anybody in chat know about the enrichment? Are there any other reasons that one would enrich uranium beyond a certain percentage? Because it was supposed to be 30% or something, and then they went to 60, and now they're at 80 or whatever. They're not supposed to get that far. Bibi's got it bad for Iran. Yeah, he does. That's quite a thing. Iran's got it bad for for Israel, so they got it bad for each other. I watched Kingdom of Heaven. Things never change. Davina, that is something that is discussed by Marcus Aurelius in his Meditations. The fact that things just never change. Obviously not Kingdom of Heaven, the movie, but yes, things just stay the same. Things always just continue. It doesn't matter where you're at. So, pretty cool. Okay, I don't believe so. Yeah, that's not what I mean, I'm no expert, but I've never fucking knew anything really. When the last time I did science, any sort of chemistry, was, I'm not going to say. Because it was more than 10 years ago.
Josh, feel free to respond. Thank you.
I'd be curious if Dave Smith also believes in the tooth fairy and pink unicorns.
-1. I'm sorry, I'm minusing you because you're being sarcastic. You're wasting your time. You know what? Maybe I'm being too harsh. I'm minusing from Josh because, maybe he believes in the. We are not. I'm not here for this sort of interaction. But as a moderator, I suppose I would let it go because it's one comment. But then if he continues, I'd be like, could you get over yourself, please? And actually use your time to make an argument. So, very funny. I know the crowd loves it, but I, as Charlie Kirk, would, because I'm a Charles, guys, from last night, apparently that's what I am. The tooth fairy isn't real. I'm so sorry that you found out this way. Having that conflict always in motion is the way it is. It's perfect for the global superpower powers. It keeps us all locked into a certain way of being. Well, who knows what the other kind of way of being would be? I don't know. I don't know. That's another thing that we speak about in the meditations thing, is also realize your size, realize your space, the space that you take up in the world. I don't know. So yeah, the superpowers, the global superpowers, and I can have an opinion on it, but I am powerless against it. As much as I can whine about it and be upset about the global superpowers, nothing I can do about it other than complain. High enriched is almost never used for nuclear power. Plants, that is. Okay. Because that would be the only good reason to use it in any case.
I mean, what lie does Dave Smith not believe, frankly? Look, the recent 12-day war is literally the encapsulation of the Trump doctrine of foreign policy. Donald Trump ran against neoconservatism. He is not a neoconservative. That's good, because neoconservatism is actually really, really bad. I actually have a whole chapter in my book, Israel and Civilization.
Oh my god. I also, okay, I'm keeping this minus point because his insult could have been a -1/2 point, right? But the other half comes from him plugging his book. It's annoying. Don't do that.
Talking about how bad neoconservatism is. It's chapter 7. If you haven't read, you should go ahead and pick up a copy.
It's not funny. Like, he breathes in and does a sharp intake of breath. Like, you'll see comedians, they go, or anybody, it doesn't have to be a comedian, just anyone who's said something that kind of expects a joke. You can see V, when he does it, he goes, when he says something funny, he just makes a certain noise that is indicating he's just made a joke and he expected people to laugh, and he can't hear them laugh, as he's not, he's literally by himself on a stream or recording a video, but it still happens. This guy just did it. He did this intake of breath that he's told a joke or he's been quirky. Ugh. I've taken a point off, essentially. Half a point off for that.
So it's really good that Donald Trump opposes moralistic nation-building boondoggles. Guess what Donald Trump is also not, and never has been since day one? He's never been a hardcore isolationist. He is a foreign...
Okay, the response, sorry, did Charlie say, hey, respond?
Policy also ready should be bad. Donald Trump, the recent 12-day and pink unicorns. I mean, what lie does Dave...
Feel free to respond. Thank you.
I'd be
Feel
curious if
free
Dave...
to respond. Again, guess that's fine. Feel free to respond. Charlie... requests. Josh, respond. Confirmed. As of May, thank you so much, actually. As of May 2025, Iran holds 408.6 kgs of 60% enriched uranium, a sharp 50% increase in just 3 months, making it the only non-nuclear weapon state with such a stockpile. At its Fordrogue facility, it's using advanced IR-6 centrifuges to produce over 34 kgs of 60% uranium per month, accelerating its breakout capability and raising serious global proliferation concerns. Yeah, that was that association confirmed. That was the reasoning. Obviously, what Israel did with that news is a different discussion, but yeah, I don't know. It's not looking good. This independent association that is tasked with keeping an eye, monitoring this. Their point is, hey, this is not supposed to be here. This is not how we're supposed to have it. This is not a good thing. That's not allowed. You're in breach. But I suppose the other side of the argument is fine. You're still supposed to discuss this. You don't bond people, okay? But it needs to be said, neocons are extremists, in my opinion. New conservatives and the rise of the new right has caused untold problems. So you're saying that there's the neocons as described. This is how I'm understanding it in my non-American understanding of politics, right? The neocons are when people used to talk about it, it was about the Bush administration and the whole thing of supporting going into Iraq and that sort of warmongering sort of stuff in that context. Now neoconservatives are it's like a pejorative. I suppose it's the same. It's the same ideas, but I don't know. There's quite a frothiness about everybody. The art of war is to avoid war. You go to war, you failed. But I suppose what people that supported what happened with America versus Iran was that it was very quick and not essential. It was an operation rather than a war. That's usually the argument you could make. But anyway, this is why I take hours and hours to get through videos, guys. It's not your fault, it's mine. I'm trying to keep it going, but I enjoy discussion in the chat. As long as you keep it respectful, we're good.
Smith also believes in the tooth fairy and pink unicorns. I mean, what lie does Dave Smith not believe, frankly?
Okay, so yeah, we've got the insult. Josh responds. Insult about unicorns. Unicorn insult. It's like look at you big edgy boy. You made a funny joke.
Look, the recent 12-day war is literally the encapsulation of the Trump doctrine of foreign policy. Donald Trump ran against neoconservatism. He is not a neoconservative. That's good because neoconservatism is actually really, really bad.
Yeah, it seems like Trump is kind of more. It's not that he's completely anti-war. There is no war ever. It seems like, or we could never attack because he needs to. have the big stick of America. He's not soft that way. Okay, so the threat of war is something he uses. The threat of attack is something he uses. But at the same time, he's not rearing to go. And that's at least how he's tried to brand himself with people, is that he is the anti-war, he's the one that doesn't want to start wars and things like that. But he'll finish them, I suppose, is what happened. So, yeah, okay, praising Donald Trump's handling of 12-Day War. He is not a neoconservative. But he's not a hardcore isolationist either. He is not a neoconservative. That's good because it's really, really bad. I actually have a whole chapter in my book. Okay, so we've got that part where he plugs his book.
Actually have a whole chapter in my book, Israel.
So and let me put that as well. Josh is against neoconservatism. According to his book. Okay.
Civilization talking about how bad neoconservatism is. It's chapter 7. If you haven't read, you should go ahead and pick up a copy. So it's really good that Donald Trump opposes moralistic nation-building boondoggles. Guess what Donald Trump is also not and never has been since day one? He's never been a hardcore isolationist. He is a foreign policy nationalist.
Mm-hmm. He's not a neoconservative, not an isolationist. I think and being an isolationist is a stupid idea. It's just stupid. You can't do that.
And realist. We would say that he is a Jacksonian. He is in the mold of Andrew Jackson, one of his favorite presidents of all time, because he...
Okay. Fine. Cool, some words. Jacksonian.
He believes in generally following the very wise advice of George Washington in his farewell address that you should beware of foreign entanglements. But when you are attacked, you are going to punch back 3 times as hard. How many times has Trump said that in the debate there? When he's punched...
Okay, so yeah, that's where what I mean by Trump using the threat of war. He's not above aggression at all. He's not above aggression completely. That it's not an option for him. Not against aggression necessarily. Okay. Good morning, Nicholas.
He's going to punch back really, really, really hard. What happened in the 12-Day War was you had a...
I'm not sleeping well lately, so I hope that you guys are.
Close ally Israel that through their...
Also, a like on the video is a good night's sleep, so put a like there.
Wonderful control of this...
I mean, I don't like my own videos and I don't sleep well. What do you think? See how that works?
Guys, and they're taking out the missile launchers and the IRGC command there, essentially paved a very clean runway through that, and they're neutralizing Hezbollah last year in 2024, that then allowed of the United States to come in with the B-2 bombers and
okay, so he's in terms of the 12-Day War, Israel neutralized a lot of Iran, essentially. He's got specifics here. They're neutralizing Hezbollah last year. Okay, sorry. Happening in the 12-Day War, close ally Israel, wonderful control of the skies, and they're taking out missile launchers in the IRGC command. They're essentially paved very clean runway for US to come in and clean up the operation. Okay. Breathing is the hack to our emotions, and once our emotions are hacked, we can sleep. Look, I can fall asleep, and you are right. It is such a hack. Honestly, do a breathing exercise and you will realize it. And that's another thing. That's why I believe that smoking is relaxing. Okay, yes, because of the chemicals and stuff that happen, but also because you're doing a breathing exercise. You're breathing in, holding, and breathing out, and that really is a great hack. You're reminding your body you're not in real danger. So the Easy Jazz, you know who that is. That is because of Creamage. Creamage has created all of this is Creamage. He's created all of our background music, my intro and my outro. He sent the copyright-free mbop on Discord. I apologize to Barmy in advance. Okay, if somebody try and remind me to do that before the end of stream as a palate cleanser. I think that would be great for us to look at. I don't want to look at it now.
Death blow. It was a perfect alley-oop for you basketball fans. It was kind of like Kobe Bryant tossing it to Shaquille O'Neal back in the way. It was a perfect tag team operation to neutralize and set back by many years the threat of a regime that,
yeah, there's lots of...
whether or not we care to admit it, has actually been at war with the United States at least since the 1983 Beirut, Lebanon, Hezbollah barracks bombings that slaughtered 241 Marines, arguably since the 1979
Oh my goodness. Okay, so he's speaking fast in general, and I've got him on 1.5, but I'm trying to get through this quickly without missing everything though. We've got... He's going through a whole bunch of things of basically good things that he considers Israel is good for. Okay, so I've got that praised. Sorry, Israel neutralized. So I'm just going to put praise is for Israel. Okay, and ooh, that will scare so many people. Oh, so we can't support Israel for anything. Okay, he's got death blow. It was perfect. So he's talking about the 12-day war. In that, Kobe Bryant tossing Shaquille O'Neal. Okay, he's giving us a metaphor. United States, at least. Okay, cool. We're done with the basketball. Tag team operation to neutralize and set back many years. The threat of a regime that whether or not we care to admit is actually been at war with the United States. Okay, so Iran's been at war for the with the United States, with USA since 1983 is his Beirut okay, 1983 Beirut, Lebanon, Hezbollah, barracks bombings. Okay, then we're 241 Marines killed. Oh no, sorry, it's not the same thing. He said bombings and then added. No, let's put this together. Sorry, guys. Do you guys want to see what I'm doing here? I mean, you're just gonna land up watching me move stuff around on the screen, and it seems like nobody's really watching it when I do it. So just let me know if you want to see. I'll give you a preview, but yeah, I'm trying it out this time to just diagram without you guys watching me. And you can hear me. Beirut, back. Then we've got here the. I'll show you just now. Then we've got 241 Marines, arguably. Sort of. Oh no, with 200. Okay, 241. Marines. The bombings were IUDs made in Iraq, but blames Iran for it somehow. This is what Dave does, yeah. He says they were made in Iraq, Iran, I think. But then if they were made in Iraq, it was because America sells weapons to Iraq. So, yeah, at some point. Barracks bombings. 1979 hostage situation, hostage crisis. Oh shit, that's why my cats are moving around me. They're hungry. It's almost half an hour past their food time. I'll go 10 more minutes before I take a break to feed them. Okay. Sorry, my baby, you starving, my daisy do. Okay. The hostage crisis as well. Again, Donald Trump fulfilled multiple campaign promises. Okay, we're going back now. We're jumping back to praise for Trump. Okay.
Hostage crisis as well. Again, Donald Trump fulfilled multiple campaign promises. He set back the nuclear program. Not a single American soldier, sailor, or Marine died. It was a brilliant, brilliant move of statesmanship.
Okay, cool. That's very cool. Very, very passionate, and not a single savior, blah, 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 blah.
A fantastical move. Frankly, it's a borderline Mount Rushmore worthy accomplishment, I would say. So
oh, it's a borderline Mount Rushmore. I guess he really wants Trump to be his bestie.
Oh, here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna insert myself because I don't want us to talk past each other because he's
Yay, Charlie. Okay, another point for Charlie. Charlie gets a Charlie gets a point for inserting himself. Right.
Conversations have a tendency to do that. So I'm gonna ask both of you a critical question that both of you guys already launched. Josh, to you first. Dave's contention.
Right, so he's inserting himself because he doesn't want people to talk past each other. And it seems like, well, look, we've got, I'm going to put points here. Are they talking completely across each other? The unicorn insult, and then he did. Yeah, it is kind of like they're talking against each other, because Josh's discussion is focused on the on Trump, okay, and some benefits of, sorry, just solo for this for a sec. Trump, his whole response is about Trump and praise for Israel and this sort of thing. If we look at what Dave was talking about, he's okay with the ceasefire continuing. He's saying Iran does not have nuclear weapons. Nobody is, when Josh responds, he doesn't talk about Iran having nuclear weapons or not. He just talks about Iran being part of a war, being at war with USA previously. So, yeah, they're talking in the same area, but they're not actually interacting with each other's ideas. So I'm very happy with Charlie coming in there and saying we're talking past each other, and he brings them there. Charlie is unnecessarily promoting himself by explaining he won't insert himself while he inserts himself. He didn't say he won't, he said he will. He's going to. He said, I am going to insert myself here because you guys, I don't want people talking past each other. So this is what I'm happy for. What I was trying to figure out with being a good what do you call it, moderator, is when do you insert yourself? When do you stop them talking? And this seems like a good time. He's let them go one and a half rounds without really interacting with each other's ideas. So that's why I added points. I was very happy about that. Okay, let's go back. Daisy, oh mommy, oh, 6 minutes. You have to wait 6 minutes, baby girl, and you're gonna settle down. Oh, baby.
And Dave, you can correct me if I'm wrong, is that the nuclear program was not a threat.
Okay, so
Correct? That already don't want us to talk
one of the
past
things
each other.
as well, sorry, one of the things as well, earlier on, that, oopsie, not full screen. Yeah. One of the things earlier on that I wanted, that jeez, hold on, that I really liked about a tip for moderation is, as well, you rephrase people's arguments in order for the other person to understand. And this is exactly what he said. The guys, I said this before I saw this interaction at all. So the Kitty learns debate moderation, discussion, all of the things I said in that thing. Hadn't seen this yet, okay?
These conversations.
1979 hostage crisis, soldier or worthy accomplishment, I would say.
So here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna insert myself because I don't want us to talk past each other, because these conversations have a tendency to do that. So I'm gonna ask both of you a critical question that.
Okay. So Charlie inserts himself. Charlie inserts himself. Asking critical questions of both. Okay, this is it. I'm gonna actually just copy paste that in. Hello, baby. I'm going to try ask both of you a critical question, so that both of you guys already launched. Josh, you first, and then Dave, you can correct me if I'm wrong. Is that the nuclear? Okay. Dave's first contention. Dave, correct me if I'm wrong, which is good. That is your mod. That's what I meant by rephrasing. You say, oh, what I've understood from your comments is this. Correct me if I'm wrong. And for the moderator to do that, I think it's good. The moderator, I called it use my ignorance, just in terms of me being a moderator, but it's use my ignorance, use my slowness of mind. If I don't understand you, then you're going to spend time speaking to me, getting me to understand it. And chances are, bro, your interlocutor is going to understand it. And if I can understand it, I absolutely expect interlocutor to understand it. And I'll help you make him understand if he doesn't.
Both of you guys already launched. Josh, to you first. Dave's contention, and Dave, you can correct me if I'm wrong, is that the nuclear program was not a threat, correct? That it was a intel push. Would you even say that? I'm strong manning your argument, steel manning it. Josh, what do you have to say to that, to the veracity of the claim that there was an imminent threat of Iran getting a nuclear bomb? That is a...
Okay, so his question becomes, yes, rephrase so we ignorance can get it. Absolutely. So here we go. I'm ask both of you, blah blah. Nuclear program was not. Correct me if I'm wrong. Is that the nuclear program was not a threat? So your contention, Dave's contention is it's not a threat. It was an intel thing. Strong manning, steel manning, yeah, you steel man each side, and he must steel man the other side. That's what a moderator is supposed to do in terms of neutrality. If he's going to do something for one side, he must do it for the other. You're allowed to help each side equally. And if one side needs more help, that's their problem. Okay, correct that it was an intel push. Would you even say that? What do you have to say to that, Josh? To the veracity of the claim that there was an imminent threat of Iran getting a nuclear weapon. That's a good thing, because why ask this question? This is a good question to get Josh to answer, because he's talking about, Josh went and spoke about historical things about Iran. Okay, it's like, fine, give us your exact answer when it comes to this particular, the 12-day war subject. Okay. There was an intel push. What is it? So we'll say Josh's response. Okay, before we get to Josh's response, boys and girls, I need to feed the tootsies, which is my name for my cats, the choochies. They need to be fed. So Daisy, who is over here, she's waiting very patiently. She's going to get fed, and you guys will have a BRB screen. Do you guys want the break song, or do you want the jazz to continue? I think the jazz can continue, the background music. Just that means that I need to remember to unmute my mic when I get back. There we go. I'm back. You guys hear me? I thought I didn't have any background music for a sec there. Cats are feeding, and I have coffee, so we're good. But it's decaf. But that's because I'm being a good girl. So I do need to eventually sleep. Right.
A core point of Dave's argument. Then Dave, I'm gonna throw back.
Just hold up. Core point of Dave's argument.
An equally difficult question for you, John.
Okay, so I profess agnosticism as to the imminent nature, Charlie, because I have not seen the reports. Neither have you.
Okay, he's professing agnosticism. Hi, Wade. Good to see you. Wade, I was just talking about, sometime during the stream, spoke about us getting together a debate. So, the thing that I was worried about was you actually having time to be able to join. What times would you be able to join? Would it be something like this? This is during work day, isn't it? So I would really like for you to take part. I think you and Atheist Gamer were going to do a debate, right? But you, Atheist, would you be able to be on like at this time? And I say on as in a call, not at work listening or in the car driving or that sort of thing, for us to do a practice debate. I think you guys wanted to talk about evolution, yes? Right.
Whereas Dave, literally no one in this room has actually seen the report. So I do not know literally what the exactly imminent nature of the thread was. It would be impossible for me to say. I'm not going to bullshit you and pretend like I know because I simply don't know.
Okay, so remember part of our education this week was if you don't know in a conversation, say you don't know. It's much better than pretending that you do. And you could learn something. So he professes agnosticism, agnostic about the imminent threat. Threat because he hasn't seen reports, but he does say that Dave hasn't seen it either. So there's that. Imminent threat. So it's like, well, I haven't seen it, but you haven't seen it. So if Dave is it's still something against what Dave is saying. It's like, well, whatever if Dave is so it insinuates Dave should be agnostic as well, because there's actually no real there's no real truth to behind either way, whether there is a threat or not. So imminent threats because I haven't seen reports, and neither has everyone. Dave, okay. I'm wondering which arguments and counter arguments to prepare. Yeah, lab leak theory. I want to be hostile and interrupting and an ass. Okay, lab leak theory was the thing. Okay. What did you think when Josh came out and said he was disgusted to be on stage with Dave? Nicholas, I actually removed a point for that from him, because we've got points going on here. Okay, and I know I don't have to write 111 for a tally, but it just, I've got more strokes to do if I write ones like that. Anyway, I just anticipate shit. So yes, I have actually, so far I've only minused points from Josh. I minused that one massive point from him coming out of the gate, just basically quoting tweets that Dave had made and basically saying, hey, look what he said about Trump, your president. That was absolute bullshit. So yeah, and the fact that he's disgusted to be on stage with him as well. My comment there was, don't come out of the gate with this disgust. You're on the stage with him, okay? You're shut up. He's not that disgusting. You still agreed to appear with him. Stop being such a girl, okay? Someone say ass. I would also need to know if I can call in with a phone. How? I wonder. I'm not sure about calling in with a phone. We could do it via Discord. Is that okay? You could use Discord. You would have to be online though. You're saying you want to use a phone line. I don't know if Discord uses phone lines. Do I need Discord on phone to join? You can literally join the StreamYard, which is basically a meeting link. It's the same thing. I would give you guys a link and we could be in the StreamYard together. And that's how Hydra was on last night. That's how people can join. You can go through a browser on your phone. You won't be able to, you don't need to see chat, but you can see chat. There's a browser version of StreamYard. So we could do that. I guess we would just take some time to set that up. It's okay. We can meet like 10 minutes or 20 minutes beforehand to get everything sorted. My work starts again next week Tuesday, so yeah, still flexible. I phoned to Wick TV through Discord on phone. Yeah, we can do it. I would like to do it that way, because then we can have. I saw how Wick dealt with the flow of a conversation, and I can still use Discord, so I don't need Discord on my phone to join. Yeah, you don't need it. It's fine. But the thing is, now I'm thinking about it. Do you have Discord, Atheist? Either way, no, you could use your YouTube login to get in, because the thing is with StreamYard, sorry, I'm doing that thing where I have a conversation in my head without speaking to the person that I'm speaking to. StreamYard has a requirement, well, my StreamYard has a requirement, you have to log in with a Google account to get into it. You can't just have the link and get in. You do need to verify essentially, but basically you would log in with your Atheist Gamer account and get into the studio, and then we would go live. I'm sure Wade would be able to do the same thing. So that's it. Have it on PCs. No, I think it's fine. You can guys, just all we would have to do is just make sure that you guys have enough battery and data, and we're good. You do that. It's distracting, but not always. What, where you talk? Yeah. See, the thing that happens is, I think I've had the thought, and instead of expressing the thought, I go on and speak as if I've expressed it already. So I've skipped steps in the conversation. It's annoying. Thank God my husband finds it somewhat endearing. What's wrong with Discord? Nothing. It's just that I would have to put it through OBS and whatever for it to be shared, and yeah, some other admin. But I would like to do Discord in future. But yeah, I don't know. Do you like Discord on phone? Really, it's up to you, Atheist Gamer. Atheist. Yeah, that's it. Okay. Let's get back into it, guys. I wasn't even thinking of streaming today, so this is me just struggling to get through a day. Okay, we can test it someday before the actual debate to get a good setup going. I'm wondering, so your work only starts up again on Tuesday, Wade. So does that mean we should do this on Monday? We have to do it Monday? Sorry, the day is a rough one. Thank you so much for being in chat, though. You're making it better. interacting with the discussion and everything in a good, constructive way. Really enjoying it. If you have Windows 11, you can use your phone as your PC mic webcam. Yeah, you guys. Okay, let us get going back into it. Could we get to half an hour today? This will be the goal. Half an hour. You see there? That's what we got to do. So, yeah, we want to get here. Okay. There is a lot of repetition closer to the end there, where they do closing remarks. So I don't know if we'll do that. But we won't be doing it tomorrow in any case. We're just gonna get to here. Okay. Monday is good. I have Windows 10 currently. We'll check how much it costs. Oh no, we don't need to. More debate, please. Yes, let's go back to the debate.
Can say is the following. Iran has transparently and obviously been trying to acquire a nuclear weapon for 2.5-3 decades. We know this for approximately...
Okay, so in terms of the imminence, as in like it being right now that it's happening, he's still of the belief that either way, whether it was last month or not, they've been for the past few decades, they've been trying to get this. So he is like, well, either way, Iran was a threat. Is literally no one in this room has actually seen the report, so I don't know literally what exactly the imminent nature of the threat was. It would be impossible for me to say. I'm not going to pretend like I know. What I can say is the following: Iran has transparently and obviously been trying to acquire nuclear weapons for 2.5-3 decades. We know this for millions of reasons, essentially saying. So it doesn't really matter about that specific occurrence, but here he's saying, no, they have been a threat. So he is... The question was, is there veracity to the claim that there was an imminent threat of Iran getting a nuclear weapon? Seems like there is veracity. That is what his opinion is on this.
1 to 2 million different reasons. Among them that we can point to is that the IAEA, the International Atomic Energy Administration, which is
Sorry, just gotta star that, you guys. I will add you on.
Essentially the nuclear watchdog for the United Nations. They have been sounding the alarm about this, and they have said...
I will chat to you too. Let's get this going. Thanks so much, guys. I'm really excited to try out my moderation, master moderation, debation. Leave it. Okay, 1 to 2 million different reasons. Among them that we can point to is that the sorry. I was singing what was it? That the song from System of a Down. Not System of a Down. Was it System of a Down? Yes. Okay. The International Atomic Energy Administration, which is essentially a nuclear watchdog. Yeah, they've been sounding the alarm about this. Okay. And that will be a pin, because he goes, the IAR is doing a... It has sounded the alarm. That was the reason that we spoke about this earlier ourselves. So he's bringing it up
very loudly and clearly that Iran has blocked their inspectors from going to inspect their enriched uranium, and that they...
Oh, is this... Oh, have you... I think I know what this is. I'm starring it for later. Okay.
Have concluded over recent years, especially including recent months, that Iran is enriching uranium at a much quicker rate and to a much higher percentage and rate of enrichment than any civilian program would ever justify. By the way,
okay, so yeah, so it's unjustified enrichment. We mentioned this earlier. IAEA warning against the level of enrichment uranium by Iran. Okay.
notion that Iran even needs a civilian program in the first place, I think, is kind of bonkers. It's one of the most petroleum, oil, and gas-rich countries in the world, so that's kind of a bit of a red herring in and of itself. But we know...
it should be on the Play Store. I've got it on my phone.
From a million different international organizations that they have been doing this. And Charlie, more to the point, again...
Okay, the first place, I think it's bonkers, is one of the most petroleum, oil-rich gas countries. We don't even need to have that discussion, but but he's adding to it. He's saying there is no good reason for them to have, no good reason for them. So this is a good point. This is an argument about the veracity of the Iranian threat. Therefore, there needing to be some sort of intervention aggressively. Okay, aggressively so. Finally, Josh has given us why, because of Charlie asking him a question. Josh has given us a bit of an actual discussion, an actual argument. Thank you. No good reason for them to have that. Because of their other resources. Cool. Are we going to continue?
And, Dave likes to say, oh, they just chant death to America, which they do. They literally chant it every single day in their Potemkin parliament.
He's saying an oil-rich country wouldn't want nuclear energy. They could sell their own oil and use that money to build infrastructure. Yeah, you can argue that they would want nuclear power, and oh well, we're for the future. We're the new green Iran and whatever. You can do that. But we've just had this discussion earlier about how far you need to enrich uranium for nuclear power, and there's no reason for that.
But they actually do act on it. They killed hundreds and hundreds of American soldiers on the roadside of Fallujah, Al-Anbar province.
Okay, so now he's going to bring up, so there's the threat, and it's like, oh, sorry, hold on. Dave likes to say, oh, they chant death to America, which they do. I don't think that, I think that's quite a big deal. People are like, oh, it's just a chant. Their officials and things are doing it, apparently. Yeah, the parliament, this is what he says. They literally chant it every single day in their parliament. But they actually they do act on it. So whether they chant or not, they act on it. That's the bigger problem. They chant death to America. And chants death. Like hello, I'm South African. The whole kill the Boer thing is fresh in my mind. And the whole death to America, yeah, no, not a fan. Not a fan. But it's cultural, and it's just a message. You know, we're against the USA industrial complex and the military industrial complex. No, then just keep quiet or say you're against that. Don't chant death to America, okay? But they actually do act on it. They killed hundreds and hundreds of American soldiers on the roadside, okay? So we've got that point here, this for fact check. And they killed hundreds and hundreds of Americans on the roadside. Fallujah. Okay. So he's listing the crimes of why we would be angry with Iran. Al-Bara province during Iraq with Qasem Soleimani supplied IEDs. So this is a contentious. This is where they disagree about who supplied the IEDs. So during the Iraq so I'm going to put that as a separate block. They have killed Americans, going back to the 241 Marines in Beirut. We've also heard that one. You mentioned it in a previous response. That's the only relevant thing you were going on. By the way, the Hezbollah jihadists to organize that operation. He likes his by the ways, guys. He does many by the ways, Josh, over here. By the way, slaughtered those Marines in Beirut, and it was a man by the name of...
During Iraq with Qasem Soleimani supplied IEDs. They have killed Americans going back to 241 Marines in Beirut, Lebanon. By the way, the Hezbollah jihadists who organized that operation to slaughter those Marines in Beirut, Lebanon in 1983 was a man by the name of Fuad Shakur. The U.S. State Department had a $5 million bounty on his head.
Okay, Fuad Shakur. Done by Fuad Shakur, 5 million bounty. Cool. Following the 1983, he went alive for 41 years. You know who killed him last year? The IDF. Okay, so more praise for Israel. IDF killed him he went free for 41 years. Cool.
Following the 1983 slaughter of the Marines there in Beirut, he went alive for 41 years. You know who killed him last year? The IDF. Israel took out this guy that the State Department had a $5 million bounty on.
And then the crowd goes, woo. Hold up. Let's see. What is Charlie doing?
41 years for killing the IDF. Israel took out this guy that the State Department had a $5 million bounty on for 41 years for killing 241 of our boys back in 1983 in Beirut.
So I'm going to now ask, I'm going to really...
Okay, so Charlie's just stopping him there. There's nothing particular. It's just, okay, time's up, boy. Okay.
Tough follow-up for you. You do not want Iran to get a nuclear weapon. Bad. Would you, if it ever took, if it required U.S. troops on the ground, would that be worth Iran not getting a nuclear weapon?
Charlie, with respect...
Okay, so this is Charlie's response. Charlie's tough question to Josh. Okay, and it is about. Fine, if they did have a weapon, do we put boots on the ground? Okay. Would you, if Iran got a nuclear weapon, so the basic question, a nuke, would that warrant, would you ever took it if it required US troops on the ground? Would that warrant US troops? Would that be worth it? Okay. I reject the premise.
I reject the premise. I simply do not think it does, actually.
I simply do not think it does. Okay. With respect, I do not. With respect, I reject your premise. Well, answer the fucking question. You agree that if Iran got a nuclear weapon, it would be bad. If it required the US troops, and now I love the way Charlie pushes him into the question. He's like, no, you don't get to reject it. It's a hypothetical, okay? If it requires, if it requires US troops on the ground, would that be worth Iran not getting the nuclear weapon? I reject your premise. No. Charlie is going to get a point for pushing him into the question.
No, it's a hypothetical, but it's worth thinking about. Okay. Dave.
It's a hypothetical, but it's worth thinking about. But he didn't push him into answering, okay? Fine. He did not, so I'm not going to give him a point. I thought he did. With respect, I reject the premise. I simply do not think it does. Okay. So it won't require troops on the ground. Okay. I suppose it just never will. Or no, sorry. What he's saying is it doesn't have nuclear weapons, so we don't need to talk about it. I think I could minus a point from Charlie for not pushing him into that, but okay.
I got to ask you tough questions now. Okay?
Yeah, I want to respond to some of this stuff because all of that's wrong.
You will. Hold on.
He wants to respond, but Charlie has a question for him first.
I don't want us to talk past each other, else we're going to spend all this time on prime ministers in 2002 that the audience doesn't know about.
No, but
yeah, good.
If he's making claims about like something that's just not.
I want you to get to. I want to just ask a very simple question from your perspective, because I.
Good. I'm happy with Charlie. Okay, he's like, fine. It's a hypothetical. He goes into no. I'm going to put a note here. Charlie doesn't let Dave respond to things to Josh without answering a question. First answering. Nicely done. And this is weird. This is difficult. I can't fathom doing what Charlie is doing here without notes and drawing things in front of me. I want it visually. So he's just doing this in his head. Maybe he's got someone in his ear that's helping him out with it, but either way, it's brilliant. Putting people in harm's way, putting boots on the ground is wrong. Yeah, most people would be against it. But you know what? Putting shooting missiles at people also puts them in harm. So in harm's way. So are you okay with that? You know, the way that they did do it, this, you know, go in, bomb, get out.
just ask the tough one to Josh, is are you okay, or do you think we should do anything to prevent Iran from getting a nuclear bomb?
Right, before you do that, own question, should we do to prevent Iran from getting nuclear bomb? Okay, I think that's a valid question. One of the things that we spoke about in Kitty Learns Moderation is ask the right questions. And what he has done is steered the conversation, given it direction by asking this question, right? So he is that was Axel, by the way, if you heard some sort of disaster going on in the background, that's Axel jumping on the scratch post. Anyway, him asking about should we prevent them, it gets to the opinions of the panelists on a specific topic, on a specific set of actions, so that we can actually understand a little bit more of where they're coming from, rather than them having to pontificate, which is a bad thing. We don't want them doing that. We don't want them sitting there and preaching and just carrying on with their slogans left and right. Oh, I said this. And yes, it is also annoying when it's like, my factoid. Let's talk about their opinions, just their principles. What's behind their ideas? What has made them choose? Because essentially sometimes you are actually choosing the facts that you believe, because the difference between the two is literally who you decide to believe. Somebody says one thing, somebody says another. Eventually, something's got to give. Or you're like me and you go, I don't know. But then you don't land up being on a debate panel. So, okay. Oh no, don't do that.
Anything, sure. Yeah, there's lots of things I think we should do.
Is military action ever justified?
Is military action, so he goes, is military action ever justified? Okay. There's lots of things we should do, fine. In fact, is military action ever justified? Well, again, this is a yes. There are times when military action is justified. That's very good. People think that Dave Smith is just like, pack it up, boys, never. He's very much, hey, we're the biggest, meanest military in the world. You can't mess with us. And maybe he overestimates that the thing is, there is such a thing as preventative action, but he kind of seems to want there to be more done to America before America lashes out.
Well, again, yes, there are times when military action is justified, but if you're saying what we could do to prevent Iran from getting a nuclear weapon, what we were doing, Donald Trump was in negotiations with them, and I think he should have continued those. And the truth is that the big problem...
Okay, so first of all, negotiate. He wanted diplomacy. Negotiate with Iran. Okay, so diplomacy. Like Trump was doing. He should have continued, okay? Cool.
Problem with the JCPOA that Obama got us into was that there were sunset provisions. They opened up a whole new inspections regime. It is not true that the IAEA is saying that Iran was about to get a nuclear weapon.
Okay, so he's just going against the factuality of that. He says it's not true. So now he's going into the question was, what should we do? Okay, if they should we stop them from how do we stop them from having a nuclear bomb? His thing is just talk to them. Cool. Now he's going back to the discussion they were having previously about the imminence of this threat. So now he's going, is wrong. Well, what people are saying about the IAEA, it's not true. Okay, it's not true that the IAEA was giving this. Okay, so what were they saying? Not true that the international atomic something and or other is that it's saying that Iran was about to get nuclear weapon. No, they weren't saying that they were about to get. I agree with you. They weren't saying they were about to get a nuclear weapon. It was just we have to screw on this thing and then we're done with the nuclear weapon. It was they have breached the things that were set out, the enrichment laws guidelines, whatever. They breached that. But he also said here, the truth is that the big problem with the JCPOA okay, so he has a problem with the JCPOA. Okay, problem with the JCPOA that Obama got us into, got US into, was that there were sunset provisions. There were sunset provisions. They opened up a whole new inspections regime. Okay. The inspections regimes, was it wrong? They opened up a whole new inspections regime. Okay, and the inspections regime was not good enough. New inspections. And then he goes into it's not being true. So are you telling me that you're going iffy about, oh, there were certain levels that weren't allowed and those were not valid. So you know what, it's not so much that they went over the limits. It's that the limits weren't fair. Is that your argument? I would want to know. I would want to know. I will put a pin in what is the JCPOA, because if he's not going to take the time to explain it during the debate, it's not going to be in the diagram yet. Okay, not true that like if he's saying, he's literally just disputing the claim about the IAEA, saying Iran was about to get anybody you want, it's all published online. You can go read the conclusion of their last report where they explicitly said Iran does not have nuclear weapons. No, for me, sorry, the way that I heard the news, Dave, it was, hello, they have gone over the limits and that's it. Nobody was trying to sell us, in my opinion, to my recollection, cool, I'm okay if I'm wrong, nobody was trying to sell us this idea that Iran has nukes. It wasn't it's the weapons of mass destruction, go and look for them. The only thing is people just smeared that like a bit of shit into the ground and decided that it's all the same, and that no, we are now being sold that there are weapons of mass destruction and nuclear bombs there. I knew that wasn't the case. I knew what they were selling me, at least, whether it's true or not, they were selling me that they're going too far, and that's wrong. Yes, they were saying imminent nukes, and that's not the same thing as they have them. And imminent, I guess we can say it's a relative term. Okay. Didn't Trump end that agreement? Yeah. So they got new. He didn't like the first one, so he did that in the first term. Then he brought in new regulations, right? Iran has provable record and pattern of being secretive and being caught on their nuclear program development. I'm late again. How do you like Charlie's moderation style? I would imagine it's on the more aggressive style. Thank you, guys. Paffy was the one who pointed out this debate for me and said that actually, considering my interest in moderation, this was a really good one. I otherwise would not have touched it, because I'm so tired. Like Dildo from early on, I'm tired of this issue, right? But although I have a lot to say about it, clearly. But either way, that I wasn't going to talk about it until he said that this is a good example of moderation. So far, my feedback on Charlie is, and we haven't gotten that far, you can see, but so far he is winning. He gets the most affection for me in this interaction, because he is doing the moderation as we looked into it in our previous stream. He is helping them to stay on track. He's asking questions that actually get their opinions out rather than just letting them go free and so I really do like it. So far I don't find him too aggressive at all. I actually think it's necessary. The level of insertion that he uses is necessary. You need to break in with these people, otherwise they are going to just sit and say the things that they always say. They're basically going to read out their own tweets, or if you're Josh, you're going to read out the other guy's tweets. Yeah. Dave seems to love the fact that Trump does get big dick regarding foreign policy, regarding discourse, but hates it that it turns out Trump's dick isn't big enough. Then Trump is doing a bad job. I think it's like he's okay with threatening, but he would never want Trump to follow through, which is like, sorry, he has kids, he should understand, you have to follow through. If you go and say, I'm not going to let you do that, otherwise no dessert, and then the person doesn't, the child continues, and then you give him dessert anyway. He's very fond of these normal slice of life examples, so I'm making this point. You have to follow through. You have to do something. Otherwise, people are going to take advantage of you. And I think, hey, I think in the case of Iran, that's what it was. It was follow through. It wasn't all out, let's go and declare war, but at the same time it's like, don't fuck with us, don't test us. That's what you kind of, that you need to be, people need to be reminded of that. But yes, of course, it's very easy for me to say because I'm not somebody who lost family members or something in that. So following through is how he got his kids also. Hey, atheist, that's very good. Right maths of ways for having uranium up to weapons grade level, but still won't have a middle to deliver the. I don't understand. Yeah. Just bluff until you win, Dave. No, you can't. You can't do that. Trump's fake big dick diplomacy is just extortion in a dress. I suppose yes. He pretends it's diplomacy, but at the same time, it's no. You're threatening us with fucking with our economy. That is what you're doing. But we'll just use nice words.
Anybody you want, it's published online. You can go read the conclusion of their last report where they explicitly said Iran does not have nuclear weapons and is not trying to develop them. They are
They're not trying to develop them. They are enriching.
At 60%, and they were in negotiations to maybe bring that down. But you know,
no, Dave, no. You don't get to just run over. They were at enriching to 60%. Why, bitch? Why? What? Why? Oh, and we were in negotiations to bring it down, so there's no need for that. Okay. So he's like, he is also of the opinion that Russia is sort of justified in doing what it does. It did to Ukraine because of NATO. It was provoked. Oh, you provoked me to do it. Okay, fine. You know who provoked America? Iran. I decided if that's what we're gonna play. Okay. Nuclear weapons, 6%. They were. He agrees. Yeah, they were enriching at 60%. But and they were in negotiations. But we're in negotiations. And don't put words in the man's mouth. Negotiations to bring it down. Oopsie. Okay, fine. We'll bring it down. The negotiation to bring it down is beside the point. They shouldn't be enriching like that. Period. Hello, missing the point. Exactly. You say Hexuli. I'm gonna call you Hexy. Is that okay? Wade. Sounds like a topic for debate. Ooh. Israel isn't a death cult. What a strange way to think. Stop thinking about Trump's dick, everybody.
When you bring up the fact of the Marines getting killed in 1983, it's actually interesting. If Ronald Reagan, who was
okay, Hixie is me. Perfect. Yay. Okay, so let's do another. So he does talk about the enrichment. Fine. But now he's going to respond. He's sort of answered. Honestly, his answer to Charlie's question was negotiate. Then he goes into counterfactuals with against what Josh was talking about, and now counterfactual with regard to the 1983, I suppose, the 1983 Marines killed in 1983. 1983. So he's going to do a counterfactual with that. Okay.
President at the time. He wrote about this in his memoir. Now, if you know what Ronald Reagan did, was he pulled out after that. He turned tail and run. And he said in his memoir, he said, I underestimated the irrationality of Middle Eastern politics, and we never should have gotten involved in that. Now, if you want to say that around...
Okay, so I'm going to talk about a president. Okay, Reagan regretted getting involved with the Middle East, I suppose. Cool.
Back them. Okay, couple years after that.
Iran. So with Iran, he backed them. He said, I underestimated the irrationality of the Middle Eastern politics and we would never have gotten involved in that. Now you want to say that Iran backed them. Okay, a couple years after that, Charlie, there was a scandal in the way that I love this. Sorry, this comes up, guys.
Charlie Eastern politics, and we never should have gotten involved in that. Now, if you want to say that Iran backed them, okay, couple years after that, Charlie, there was a scandal.
He reacts to Charlie. He mentions Charlie's name because Charlie's the one that asked him a question. I love this interaction. Yeah, that's full screen.
Scandal in the Reagan administration. It was the something contra. Iran contra. That's right. Ronald Reagan was selling weapons to the Iranians a couple years.
Okay, there is a different point in which he goes Charlie, and Charlie goes, "I'm the moderator. I'm just asking you the question. Like, relax, buddy." So this is the first one. I missed it, but later on there is a bigger one where he says, he goes like, "I'm the moderator. Relax," and that's quite interesting because it's like. Asking a question, to me, it's an illustration that asking a question is assumed to be an attack. So you automatically, without even realizing, you're responding to the person who asked the question as if you're being attacked and you must now be aggressive against them. It's like, listen, they just want to know the answer. That's why they're asking a question.
After this happened. So
they're not making an assumption. That's the thing that happens a lot of the time when in a debate. People won't want to answer each other's questions because they're like, it's a trap. Somebody's going, I know what answer that person is thinking that I'm going to give, and then they're going to say this, and then they're going to say this. And that's part of debates. You do need to anticipate that. But you get into your own head. I had a freaking 15-minute conversation with non-existent trolls, essentially, in the beginning of this chat, this stream.
Come back now, 40 years after that, Charlie. There was a scandal in the Reagan administration. It was the something contra, Iran contra. That's right. Reagan was selling weapons to the Iranians.
Okay, so we've got, based on that, we've got Ronald Reagan. Spelt Reagan twice differently. Selling weapons to Iran. Okay, cool. Bring it home. Tell us what this is.
Years after this happened. So to come back now 40 plus years later and use that as the excuse why we got to go to war with Iran.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense. There we go. He's taken it. He's like, using this bit about the Marines and whatever, you sold weapons. Our administration sold weapons. I guess you can get a little bit nuanced and be like, hey, listen here, guys. Sorry, I just got completely one-shotted by Charlie is my favorite white supremacist. Trump's pet, the parrot of the right wing. Sorry, I just got really nuked by that one. Well done. Okay, I don't know why it said this message twice. I'm okay with you giving us your opinion on that, but if you're gonna spam, I don't know, maybe it's just giving the thing, making the message come through twice. Okay, sorry. He's saying, agreed. This Marines, bringing this up that this happened in the 80s. That's why we need war now. That is a bit meh. But then I guess you could argue, yeah, well, the administration has changed. But then the argument of the administration has changed means we could leave that behind. But okay. Anyway, so yeah, I understand. I think this is a good point. So we can give Dave a point. You don't bring this 1983 thing as a reason for us to be at war with Iran now. But the whole claim, he's disagreeing with the claim that we have been, USA has been at war with Iran since 1983. Dismissing the claim that USA has Iran since 1980. Not a good enough reason. Cool, that's fine.
I mean, just think about how crazy this is. And the stuff he said about the roadside bombs in Iraq is just not true. It's been debunked. It's more war.
Okay, more again. No, it's just not true. Roadside bombs is not true. It's propaganda. That is another thing, though, with this kind of discussion. You see what I mean by people have different facts that they choose to believe. I need to turn on a lamp. Just hold on. This is what late streaming is about, boys. Turning on lamps. There we go. Yeah. My new favorite shibboleth is people who say enriched by something percent instead of the proper enrichment to. I don't even know what I said. I'm so sorry if I've irritated you with that.
Propaganda that's been debunked. I highly recommend anyone can read the book Enough Already.
Spoken to a
Josh.
Oh god, here we go. The other one. He wants the. Okay, he's also very good. So a point to Dave given there because he has given a good enough reason for that's not a good enough reason. He did give a counter argument that made sense. But yeah, sorry, what I was getting to talk about with him talking about it being propaganda. There are different sets of facts for different people. It really does come down to what they believe. So for Dave, he's going to say, no, it's propaganda. For Josh, he's going to say, no, it wasn't debunked. And that's it. That's what's going to happen. Then what do? We have them just saying, I disagree, I believe in something different. So it's like somebody saying, I believe in Jesus. And another person goes, well, I am a Buddhist. I don't believe in Jesus. Cool. Then what's our conversation going to be about? Then maybe we're going to have to have a better conversation. We're going to have to talk about our principles behind it. What does that mean then? What other things can we talk about? Because fine, my fact, your fact, they're going to hit each other, and that's the audience, I guess, can go, that's interesting, what do I believe? But yeah, in terms of it, the debate is just, I want more. I'm gonna need more logical mechanisms to be brought up.
I highly recommend.
So yeah, sorry, minus points Josh for interruption. I'm not gonna minus points all the time for interruption, but he's the first guy to interrupt. He started it.
People read the propaganda that's been debunked. I highly recommend anyone can read the book Enough Already.
Spoken to a
Josh.
I highly recommend people read the book Enough Already.
Like, you have to... Charlie gets points because he goes, Josh. I like that. I suppose, Paffy, is that what you mean by aggressive? I think that's good enough. It's like, listen, I don't need to say nice things. I've already told you that I'm the moderator here. And he just goes, Josh, like, yeah, I'm going to treat you like a freaking child if you're going to act like a child. So me just saying your name means shut the fuck up. And it works so far. But then he keeps going back. He just cannot hold it in. Because it's like, it's losing then if he keeps quiet.
Is the best book that's been written about the terror wars by Scott Horton. He has all the footnotes in there. You can go through it yourself. It's completely debunked.
Okay, so he's completely debunked. He's got the notes in. Again, he comes with a book that you got to read. So read Enough Already by Scott. And yes, Scott is the weaponized autism man. Okay, he was very good in the previous debate that we did on American isolationism, American interventionism, all of that. But he had a very shitty opponent anyway. So Scott Horton, sorry. Yeah. Read Scott Horton's book. Enough Already. You want to talk about someone pontificating in a formal debate? That was Scott Horton. Okay, he just brought up all the examples of things that he did not like about American foreign policy. That was all it was. We didn't actually have much to discuss, and all we had from the other guy was, no, America wasn't that bad. We tried okay. We did, yeah, we tried our best.
Roadside bombs were built by Shiites in Iraq. Now some of them did.
Okay, so he has all the footnotes in there. You can go through yourself. It's debunked. Okay, now some of them did have relationships with Iran. Okay, so the roadside bombs were built by Shiites in Iraq, is what he's saying. Okay, we've got, it's not true, built by Shiites in Iraq. They did have relationships. See, I find this, I don't know, guys. I really am not as informed as our dear Dave here with the, I haven't read enough already and absorbed all of it as the truth. I haven't done that. But what I find with Dave is he does these little wiggles, it seems like, where he will pick certain, he will acknowledge that something is true, but he will minimize that truth. He doesn't make that, he doesn't find it as suspect. So in the same thing as he does this little skip over, the reason I'm bringing this up, he does a skip over with they were enriching to 60%, sorry. They were enriching to 60%. They were, so he will get to that, but that's not good enough. That's not big enough of a threat. So he just lowers that certain expectations in certain situations to lower the threat. He's not as sensitive to it. And that's what makes him okay with being diplomacy and things like that. He's a lot less threatened by things. So here, they had a relationship, but that wasn't bad enough for us to intervene. It seems like is what he's saying. They had a relationship, so I don't hold them responsible.
Now some of them did have relationships with Iran, but the majority of Iraq is Shiite. So
okay, some had relationships with Iran. So you see those somebody ignorant like me, I do still want, when he says these kinds of lines, they stand out to me because I'm like, is that something you're wanting me to just ignore as you hop over it? Or is it something that somebody else would shout loudly? Is it one of the facts that I'm supposed to throw out and pick in order to pick up yours? So they had relationships with Iran, but the majority of Iraq is Shiite. So yes, we invaded the next door country and we got into some fights with Shiite groups there, but is that a reason we now have to invade Iran? Okay. So he's saying this is what I'm talking about there, is that it wasn't a good enough reason. This wasn't a good enough reason to invade Iran. Okay? Having fights getting into fights with the neighbors, with the next door, so yes, we invaded the next door country and we got into some fights with Shiite groups there, but does that, let me just copy paste that out. I'm rewording him for no reason. Iran sponsors Hezbollah and Hamas and Houthis. They backed Assad. Yeah, this is the general knowledge that he goes against, I would say. A lot of people will just have that belief because that's what we generally hear as accepted worldview, that this is what Iran does. But I don't know, it seems like he either lowers the intensity of that, does not see it as significant enough, or it has not happened at all. He's completely against it. He doesn't believe the institute. And this was something that Douglas Murray was not very good at trying to show him, that listen, completely ignoring the entire institute whenever it suits you is not, it's not logical. You can't just throw the baby out with the bathwater. And then again, you also can't just decide, pick and choose which bits you're going to believe in. Especially if it seems so random, if it seems like it's only to fit a certain narrative that you want. You want a certain narrative, so you're going to believe certain things are truth and certain things are propaganda. But I think, as we discussed in Thinkers last night, that happens. That's humans. All I'm here to do is look at that and go, that's interesting. Okay. So yes, we invaded the next door country and we got into some fights with the Shiite groups. So funny, I'm reading shite. That's rude. Okay, there.
We now have to invade Iran, or we have to bomb them or something. It just doesn't make any sense.
Okay, so does it mean we have to invade? It doesn't make any sense, so it wasn't a good enough reason. Okay, make it adjust so really follows. Okay, let's see if see my style would probably, when it comes to this, like with these big information dumps and these long speeches, for me, what I would want to write there is, okay, his main point. Guys, shut up. Main point. Okay, it wasn't a good enough reason to what do you call it? To invade. That's the point. There was a lot of words there. Many words. I need fewer words, please.
So one or two really quick, Chris, follow-ups, and then we'll do this. Both sides.
Okay, so he wants follow-ups. Okay, doesn't make any sense. So yeah, if I'm going to see, this is why I would not survive in a debate, because I'm like, okay, what you say? Hold on, I need to make a note. Okay. Now Charlie. Quick questions. Let's go and put them here. One or two really quick questions, Chris. It follows then that we'll do this. Both sides need to get under good cross-examination. Okay, yes, I'm in agreement. Good points. I'm not going to add a point. He's already said this. He's already asserted that I'm going to ask each side poignant questions.
Need to get under good cross-examination. Do you think it would be bad if Iran got a nuclear bomb?
He's repeating the question. Do you think it would be bad if Iran got a nuclear bomb? Yeah. He had to repeat the question because it's like, oh, but they don't. Okay, good. Let's hear what he has to say for to that. Will Smith's Dave's response. So, what was the question before? Should we do anything to prevent Iran from getting a nuclear bomb? Is military action ever justified? That could have gotten us to, is it good or bad? I think this is a clarifying question from Charlie, where it's okay, cool. Is it good or bad if they ever get a bomb? So let's hear what he has to say.
Yes, I think it's bad. I think it's bad.
And I think we can all agree on that.
Okay. Yes, I think it's bad. I think we can all agree on that. That is a moral.
As a moral
I don't
agreement.
think anybody should be allowed to have nuclear weapons secretly.
Okay. I think it's bad. Who said I think it's bad though? Just hold on. Let's go back here.
Bad if Iran got a nuclear bomb.
Yes, I think it's bad. I think it's bad.
And I think we can all agree on that. That is a moral
I don't
agreement.
think anybody
Okay, Charlie is saying if we can all agree that it's a bad thing.
should be allowed to have nuclear weapons secretly.
Okay. Ooh, look at you, edgy boy. I don't think anybody should have nuclear weapons secretly. Okay. So we could have got a we can all agree on that kind of thing, but what we needed from Dave is a bit of a jab because he edgy boy. Okay, what are we gonna do?
Right, and so...
Woo! You see, that's what we needed to do. Woo! Look at you, you took a shot.
I will ask Josh about that, because that's a not-so-subtle dig at Israel. However,
Hold on, are you
That's a not so subtle dig. So, interesting. What Charlie takes the response as a not so subtle dig at Israel. So he'll ask it. Okay, ask the question of Josh. However, hold on. Are you suggesting Israel has nuclear weapons?
suggesting that Israel has nuclear
I
weapons?
don't know, actually, they probably do.
You do.
I don't know the intelligence. I'm not that of DNI, but I mean, they probably do. But let me ask you, Dave. Now, another question.
Okay, we don't. That's an interaction. Cool. Are you suggesting Israel has? I don't know. Is this? Let me go back here and see what this interaction is saying. Is this what is that what Dave was doing? That he was suggesting that Israel has secret nukes?
What intelligence? I'm not that of DNI, but I mean, they probably do. But let me ask you, Dave. Now, another question. Probably do.
Yeah, you do.
I will ask Josh about that, because that's a not-so-subtle dig at Israel. However,
Hold on, are you suggesting that Israel has nuclear
I
weapons?
don't know, actually.
Okay, he's smiling, so it could be.
Probably do.
Yeah, you do.
I don't know the intelligence. I'm not that of DNI, but I mean, they probably do. But let me ask you, Dave. Now, another question. What is your now let's just say, criticism. No U.S. troops were killed. It required no U.S. troops on the ground. There was no war. It lasted 12 days. Fordo was pretty eliminated, and even the Iranians say it. So looking at it now, 12 days later, what is your problem with what seems to be a masterclass in 12 days, in, out, no problem?
Good question. Okay, so fine. You've said that Iran having essentially, you made a joke out of it. You're a comedian, of course. His next question, it makes sense to say, okay, fine, what is your criticism? You're upset. He wants to talk about the topics that he wanted to cover in the debates, or the 12-day war. Essentially, that's the first thing that they're talking about. So he now says, what is your criticism then? Give us the criticism. Is there anything we can agree on here? So I'm very good with this question. Right. Here we go. Let's go, Dave. New question. What is your criticism of the 12-day war? Essentially is what he does. Okay. I just want to check where we're at with that. Whoopsie. Have another question. What is your, now let's just say criticism. No, he lists. This is also another thing for the moderator to do. They have to be able to give the points that seem for the other side. Whether or not they believe this, you are a moderator. You're bringing this information up to the person, and you're phrasing it in a way that invites them to enlighten us. So what he has done here very well. He goes, no US troops were killed. It required no US troops on the ground. There was no war, even though we call it a war, okay, so, but he means there was no, I suppose, no formal declaration. It lasted 12 days. Fedora was pretty eliminated, so the base, even the Iranians say it, so looking at it now, although I wouldn't, why would we believe the Iranians? Okay, it seems to be a masterclass in getting in and out, essentially. What would your problem with that be? Yes, I think it. Okay, so we got that question. What's your problem with it? Tell us, Mr. I hate everything that the neocons do. We must not interact at all.
No U.S. troops. We've kind of moved on. What would your problem with that be?
I think, and I do think there's something really sick and poisoning about this, is that our country has become so addicted to war.
Okay, so his response is it's addicted to war. Okay. Dave's response, we're going a bit emotional here. First of all, Dave's response, our country is addicted to war. Okay. Cool, we're good, we're happy about it.
That if we launch a war and you go, well, hey, it wasn't a complete catastrophe. I mean, a million.
Yes. So you're saying but the thing is, what is the alternative? We're being a bit realistic, I would say. I don't know about, yeah, maybe desensitized. Yeah. You know what? This is the same thing that happens with us in South Africa, where you are hijacked, or your friend's hijacked, or your grandmother's hijacked with a gun to her head in her driveway. Okay? And what you say afterwards is you say, oh my gosh, thank God she wasn't hurt. That's what we do. So yes, we get desensitized and we say we are going to be grateful for things not going as badly as they could have. That is a thing that we do in life. I suppose what he is saying is it would be better if we didn't have it at all, but it feels like that's inevitable. It feels like conflict in the world is never going to go away. But that, yes, I suppose, again, the counter argument is that doesn't mean we should just allow it to happen. So it's war for peace, I suppose. Okay, so US is addicted to war. Cool.
People didn't die in this one, like in Iraq, or hundreds of thousands didn't die in this one, like in Afghanistan or Libya or Syria. It's like, okay, look, people died in this war. Okay, they were both.
So yes, we're addicted to war so much that they seem to disregard even such things as disregard damages that aren't massive. But they literally aren't massive. So I appreciate that kind of argument, though. He's not coming and saying this is the fact that I decide that I read this book and you'll see that they've all been lying to you. Here he is actually using a principled argument that is just, hey, no, you know what I think? I think it's pretty shit that people died. Okay, I'm happy with that.
Iranian civilians and Israeli civilians who died in this war. It was a terrible thing for them and their families. This was a catastrophe. And my point
So it's still bad. His point is war bad.
is that the war never needed to be launched to begin with.
Okay, so his dissatisfaction, he's repeating himself. I don't like that. Okay, the question was, what is your problem with it? Okay, oh, well, it shouldn't have happened to begin with. Okay, but what did happen? What did happen, is this an okay way to do it? No. What should he have done instead? Oh, he should have continued to negotiate. We're repeating ourselves, yeah? So essentially, disregard, they aren't massive. War shouldn't have happened, being launched in the first place. So as much as Charlie has tried to push us further in the conversation, we are still repeating points here.
There's no reason why we even have to be enemies with Iran. They oppose no...
There is no? Wow, boys and girls.
This is a third... is that the war never needed to be launched to begin with. But there's no reason why we even have to be enemies with Iran. They oppose no... This is a third world country in the Middle East that does not have nuclear weapons, does not have intercontinental ballistic missiles, does not have an air force capable of hitting us with anything. This is Israel's problem. We don't need to be involved in that. Sorry, we got...
Okay, so we don't need to be enemies with Iran, is what he's saying. They're not a threat. So Iran is not a threat. Essentially, shouldn't have taken place in the first place. Iran is not a threat to America. Not a threat to America. And I will list the things: no intercontinental, missiles. Third world country. And yeah, I suppose now the proxies that Iran used as well have been neutralized more so by who? The RDF. But anyway, let's see. Oh, I've lost my place.
our own issues here. And look.
Okay, woo! Yeah, whatever. I'm wondering what would make me whoop at a debate. Anyway, no, this is a third world country in the Middle East that does not have nuclear weapons, does not have intercontinental ballistic missiles, does not have air force capable of hitting us with anything. This is Israel's problem. Okay, no nukes. Israel's problem. Okay, and I think that's where the whoops come from. Whenever it's like, it's not for Israel, screw Israel, everybody's gonna go woohoo about that.
Again, I'll give Donald Trump credit that, okay, it didn't turn into a catastrophe. He took the off-ramp when he had the chance. But look, a lot of that was out of Donald Trump's control.
Okay, so he will give him credit, okay? Credit to Donald Trump, which he has done before in the conversation. We're still not getting further. So maybe I should remove a point for Charlie because he's not making him go. So credit to Donald Trump for taking the off-ramp when he did. But it was beyond his control because of Israel, right?
The risk of this war, like a lot of people love to, like Josh likes to read my tweets when I was saying this could turn into a catastrophe.
Because you were dead wrong, you look stupid.
Oh.
Josh?
Oh, Josh, no. Minus points, you stupid fuck. No.
Josh? Guys?
Because you're wrong, you look like shit. No. Grow up. You're on the stage. You're going to get a chance to speak. Boy is at -4, ladies and gentlemen. He's at -4. Dave is at 3. Charlie's at 5. Because he's obviously he's doing stuff. No one should have nukes. It's too late for that. Did people learn nothing from Superman?
Don't say.
No.
Let's de-escalate the stupid stuff.
No, actually.
Yeah, let's de-escalate. Go. But you know what I would expect?
Josh.
Guys?
Why doesn't he look at him? Why doesn't he turn to look at him?
I was saying this could turn into a catastrophe.
Because you were dead wrong, you look stupid.
Josh?
No. I would want you... He looks straight ahead, or wherever it is. He doesn't actually speak. to Josh. He doesn't turn and give him eye contact. I would have preferred him to give eye contact. Josh, stop your cock. That's what's necessary. Don't tell the audience in front. No, look at him. Tell him with your big man eyes and threaten him.
Guys, don't say.
No.
Let's de-escalate this.
No. Listen. No. Act.
Yeah, now Dave is like, I'm gonna get mean too. He said I was stupid. Rather let him look bad. He looked so fucking bad by himself. You don't need it. He made himself look stupid by doing that. You do not need to respond. You don't need. Look at this man. Look how angry bro is over here. You don't need to respond like that. Your opponent called you stupid? Well, color me shocked. You know, I took a point off from him. You see this? It's okay. He's done it himself.
What Josh is saying.
Guys, don't say.
No.
Let's de-escalate this.
No. Actually,
Let's de-escalate the stupid stuff. Charlie. Sorry, we're going to have a Josh interrupts to call to say say Dave looked stupid. Okay. Acknowledges. Sorry, he was busy acknowledging. Acknowledges he thought it would be a disaster, but it wasn't. Okay. And we've got here Josh interrupts to say Dave looked stupid, and I will then put Charlie tells them to de-escalate the stupid stuff. Would that you add a point for composure, or is that assumed? It doesn't seem like it these days. You know what? I haven't been adding points, no, but I take away points for lack of composure. So that's how I do it. I penalize lack of composure. So I suppose I should penalize him for going for it now, because he's like freaking. This is what I mean by frothy. When somebody's like this, they're frothy, man.
Josh is saying is the lowest IQ argument that anyone can make. I'm warning. I would.
Like
Actually, what Josh is saying is the lowest IQ argument that anyone can make. I'm warning. I was warning that there's a risk.
Oh, he's making a stupid argument. I don't think it's that bad. He got frothy. I wouldn't need to take points off, but when he interrupts, he gets points taken off himself.
Of a catastrophe, and he's saying you're stupid because there wasn't a catastrophe. This is on the level of playing Russian roulette, and if the bullet doesn't go off, you go, see, dummy, you were warning that could go bad. That doesn't prove.
Oh, look at that pause. He was waiting for people going, wow, that's a great analogy. De-escalate the stupid stuff, and then his response is, he does respond. So the thing is, he responds to that. You don't even need to. It's not even worth a response, but okay. Dave's response. Do you guys think I need to minus? He needs a spray bottle. Yes, he does. Groovy, do you think I need to minus from Dave for this response? That he should have just gone further. Yeah, I am considering it. Yeah, because it would have looked so much better if he just continued his argument, if he just continued speaking. That if Scene Survivor Blair White interviewed was South African. Do you know her by chance? No, I don't. I don't know her at all, but she is very disturbed. I didn't know she was, I forgot that she was South African, because I remember there was a South African victim. Or at least several, sounds like. Adding points for composure and addressing making points rather than ad homs, interrupting, not addressing, except would be good. Adding points for it, for addressing points, not rather. See, the thing is, I've penalized the one side for making an ad hom, right? So I've taken them down. If you respond with an ad hom, you're also going down. If you respond and make a good point, you're gonna get your point. You're gonna get a point. But if you're responding and talking shit, you're not getting anything. And what I mean by talking shit is just repeating yourself or whatever. You're not making a point according to what the previous person said. You're just pontificating. I don't feel like I need to give you a point just for not retaliating. That I feel like that's a neutral thing. I think if you do retaliate, you're going to get penalized. And I'll probably change my mind the next time we do this.
Anything. Listen, for all you guys, with you talking about how big and bad the Iranians are and what a scary threat they are, what if they hadn't given us advance notice?
Okay. So Dave's response, low IQ arguments. Can't criticize me for, can't criticize for, be criticized, sorry, can't be criticized for expecting a disaster from something so dangerous. Akin to expecting nothing bad to happen during Russian roulette. Okay, that was his arg. That's 1 point there. He took the bait. That's also another thing. So neutralized. Two wrongs don't make a right. He should have taken the W. Yeah. That's a wise one. Okay, so
What if Iran was actually at...
So, sorry, where are we at with this? Let's go to the so I can read it. It seems like reading is better than listening. My reading skills are better than my listening skills. My reading absorption is better. This is on the level of playing Russian roulette. Okay, cool. This doesn't prove anything for all you guys talking about how big and bad Iranians are. Okay, so this is another, and besides the point, okay, the Iranians gave warning. So they're not as evil, I suppose. They're not as suicidal, I think he might say.
as suicidal as people like Josh?
Yeah, they're not as suicidal as people are saying. So they're not that bad, guys. They're not that bad. So we're overblowing it. See, this is again this idea that he's going to choose when he gives people grace and when he doesn't.
Pretend they are. And what if their response had killed a few hundred Americans in the region, which by all military assessments...
So he's talking about how disastrously it could have gone. What if their response could have killed Americans, and then we would have had to go into war. So he's defending the position that it could have gone very badly. If Americans were killed. It's kind of like the argument that people go, oh, well, yeah, geez, at least people didn't get hurt. Okay, so like I brought up the hijacking. Oh, wow, thank God we didn't get hurt. You know what would be better? Not being fucking hijacked. That's basically the argument that we're getting here. You know what would be better? If we didn't even have the threat of that. If we didn't even have the threat of Americans possibly getting killed. Because if Americans were killed, then what was going to happen? Oh, then we'd have to go to war. We couldn't leave that unretaliated.
they are capable of doing. What would Donald Trump have had to do then, Charlie? This is it! Okay, here we go. Actually, let's put it full screen for you guys.
Yeah, I'm asking.
By all military assessments, they are capable of doing. What would Donald Trump have had to do then, Charlie?
I'm asking. I'm the moderator.
No. Okay, sorry.
Oh, it's great. I'm the moderator. What the fuck is this? Yo, what did they do then, Charlie? I love that. Okay, he's just he caught strays. So Charlie catches strays. I'm the moderator. Strays from Dave. I'm the moderator, guys. I'm the moderator. I'm just asking you the question. Like, chill yourself. And then he realizes, oopsie, that's pretty funny. Like he's about to like, look at this, the way he goes. And then he realizes.
What would Donald Trump have had to do then, Charlie?
I'm asking. I'm the moderator.
No. Okay.
No. Oh.
Okay, sorry.
Come on, Dave.
No. The debate brain. It's a brilliant set of events, because this is what happens in a debate. You see it? It's beautiful. It's a beautiful example where his immediate response was, no. You didn't even hear what he said. He clearly didn't. The fact that he said no means his response was without even processing what Charlie was saying. Then you see it come across his face. Oh, shit. Right. You're right. Sorry. Oopsie. Like, that is how intense you're getting in this interaction. And I'm wondering if that's a good thing. I don't think so. Clearly, you're going to land up saying things that you don't mean. If this is the fight that your brain is in, where it's going, no. And then he's like, hello, I'm the moderator. I'm just asking you questions. Oh, yeah. Beautiful.
It was a rhetorical question.
I know, but both sides.
Oh, it was a rhetorical. No. He says it was a rhetorical, but you just went, no. I don't think it was a rhetorical. It was, how dare you ask me questions about my opinions? You are clearly attacking me. This is what I mean. This is why I'm so fascinated by the dynamics between that a moderator can take the brunt of a person's ire. And they do have that card that they can then take out and say, I'm the moderator here. You don't need to shout at me. So, and that filters the argument. This moderator becomes like a kind of filter between the two people, because otherwise we would just have that yelling at Josh. He would be like, what happens then, Josh? Huh? And then Josh starts yelling back at him. So yeah, that's what the moderator's doing. I know it's obvious, but I'm always just so jazzed about humans doing human stuff, and then me pointing it out. Okay.
You're getting tough questions
The
here.
point is, Donald Trump would have had to respond even harder.
I mean, it would have.
The point is, human stuff. I love it, human stuff. Okay, let's see. We've got, I'm the moderator, sorry. Doesn't prove anything. How big and bad the Iranians are. What then, Charlie? Sorry, let's go back.
A few hundred Americans in the region, which by all military assessments, they are capable of doing. What would Donald Trump have had to do then, Charlie? What would he
I'm the moderator.
No. Okay, sorry.
Like, come on, Dave.
It was a rhetorical question.
I know, but both sides are getting tough questions here.
The point is, Donald Trump would have had to respond even harder.
I mean, it would have.
Donald Trump would have to respond. The point is, Donald Trump would have to respond even harder. And then, of course, Josh is upset because he hasn't spoken in a while.
We're going to happen. It's not living reality.
Let's give Josh a chance to respond. But first,
No, I don't even hear it. Fine. I'm not even interested in what he said. Okay, interruption. Shalamanis. I mean, yeah, interruption. -1. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay.
But didn't happen. It's a counterfactual. You hadn't have had breakfast this morning.
When people talk over each other, they don't like listening.
Okay, and then Dave is also not allowing Charlie to. He's actually entertaining this back and forth talk. So I'm also minusing points from Dave. So Dave is now at 1 point. Josh is now at -5 points. Okay. Because of the interruption. Dave's response. Continued. And he goes, Trump would have had to respond harder. Okay, and then we've got Josh interrupts. Josh interruption. Followed by back and forth. Speaking over. With Dave. So I have minus points for that.
To that. So that's why I'm here. Josh, I want you to respond to that. But to Dave's point, do you think Israel has a secret nuclear program? And
okay, so there we go. We're going to ask more questions. I think the last question there is, so to Dave's point, so he finally stops them. I've minus points for everything. I'm not adding points for Charlie here because it got to this point already. I guess, should I? I don't know. Do you add points, I suppose? Let me just see.
Is that a problem? Josh, I want you to respond to that, but when people talk over each other, they don't like listening to that. So that's why I'm here. Josh, I want you...
Yeah, he does. Let's get him a point. He's done a moderator thing. He's let it go. So I've added... Charlie is on 7. Daisy, how many points you've got, gal? Infinity. Okay. Then he's got a question for Josh. Josh, you get to talk, boy. Let's give Josh a chance to respond, but first, it's counterfact. You didn't have this, blah, 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 blah. To Dave's point, do you think they have secret nuclear? And is that a problem? Okay.
To respond to that, but to Dave's point, do you think Israel has a secret nuclear program, and is that a problem?
Yeah, I think it's not particularly disputed that Israel has a nuclear program. We know exactly where it is based. This is not a particularly hidden thing there. I mean, it's so well known, in fact, Charlie, that I don't know exactly why it's officially a secret. Unofficially, it's not much of a secret. I'm non-Israeli. I have no idea why the exact policy is the way it is. I don't particularly have a program with it. As I said, it's one of the world's worst kept secrets. It kind of just is what it is. But more generally speaking.
Okay, so his answer is essentially yes. Israel has a secret. Yes, they do. And it's not a secret. It's not he asserts it's not a very well kept secret. So suddenly the secrecy is 30 secrets. Sorry, I read. The secrecy is not it's not a problem anymore because it's not very well kept.
I don't understand why we're going so far down this rabbit hole of would have, could have, should have. The people, look, let's say something very simple here. The people.
No. You're not answering the question. I asked you, do they have it? Oh, it's not a very well kept secret. Is that a problem? That's the question. Answer the question. See what the people are doing in this interaction is they're just using their turn to talk against the other person instead of listening to the moderator. So I would require in the next piece, the next half of this, guys, is for Charlie to say, you guys are talking past each other again. I am asking you questions. And yes, we are at 30 minutes, so we've made it through, and we've got a few minutes to recap, and we've also got a few minutes to look at the starred messages, the video or whatever that Creamage gave me. So there we go. That is it. Let me just show you a little. You can remove this. So also let me just. There is a nice little thing that you can actually bookmark your transcript. So I'm just going to do that. Okay, and stop sharing. And we will get a little glimpse of the diagram so that we can summarize. Let's get ourselves a summary going. This is 30 minutes in. Let's go to, not Outliner, sorry. But yes, just a reminder that Xmind gives you Outliner. You can have it printed as notes like this. It doesn't have to be visual if you're not that kind of gal. But if you're like me, you like seeing it this way. So obviously you're not going to read it this way, but it just shows the timeline we've gotten to. And this is the structure that I've used. I have gone every person's talking point, speaking turn. And some of the stuff I've put the full transcript in. I'll go through it, and I think us having the focus on the moderator, keeping the exact words that the moderator himself has used in between these responses, I think I'm going to keep it that way. Hey, diagramming is a vibe, okay, when it's me doing it. So this is how I'm vibing with this one. So what I have done for the interlocutors, the people that are working, that are responding in the debate, they get the thing: Josh's response, Dave's response, Josh's response, Dave's response. So they each get a little block for every time they respond. And when there is an interruption, I have also put things like there is an interruption. It'll be inside there. But if there is, see, I'm not putting direct quotes here. I've just noted interruptions like this as well. That, hey, here is an interruption. Charlie, if there's an interruption that is, sorry, the way that I've done it is, if there is an interruption that is addressed by Charlie, it goes here. It gets its own block in between because it has disrupted the flow of conversation. But I've had other ones with interruptions where I've noted an interruption within a block, when it hasn't been addressed by Charlie. Whether you're interested in that or not, that's just me noting how I've done stuff. Basically, what we've mostly had from them is not actually that much information that's new to me. We've got Dave that is ready to just say everything. His whole summary from the beginning of it being the foreign policy being insane. He's basically done that. He's just continued with that. What we've gotten so far from Josh has not been good, in my opinion. It's been ad hominem. It's been interruption. It's been bad behavior. He's made some points. Okay, he made I think he made 1 point. Okay, and that was it. The rest has been bad behavior. I'm not impressed by him so far. I've seen some people call this, oh, Dave Smith's ass was handed to him. I'm not convinced. So, yeah, this could be a case of Josh losing as opposed to Dave winning, if you know what I'm saying. Yeah, it seems like Josh's opinion is, yeah, I don't like neoconservatism. So just because I am okay with attacking Iran, that doesn't mean I'm a neocon. Okay, that's essentially what he's going with. Iran is dangerous. He has a problem with Iran. He is not beyond criticizing Israel, but he also praises Israel. So there's that. His main thing that he tried to do was the first thing that he did was bring up how Dave Smith doesn't like things that Trump has done, and thought that was the way he's going to start this interaction. You've nuked yourself there, boy. So yeah, not impressed with Josh so far. Dave is Dave as usual. Frothy. And guess what? Charlie has been absolutely a gem. So, I mean, whatever he has to say about other opinions he has, he's being a good moderator so far with these two people that want to just tear each other apart. And I think it gets much more spicy later on. But yeah, that is it. We will continue with this next week, but I'm thinking, sorry, let's do this while I talk to you. Let me talk to you closer. Come here. Okay, so we will continue with this one next week, I think, because I'm really enjoying this bit, and I'm glad although I am very glad we got to the interaction of, I'm the moderator. It would be nice to finish this. Members, you can look out for the edited version, because I have recorded it. The meditations discussion. I've spoken about book 1 of the Marcus Aurelius Meditations. That's coming out next week for you guys, members. Just look out for it. But yeah, normal schedule will return after we do debate practice on Monday. We're trying to get that together. I think it'll be in the afternoon in the same way that we've done it today. Because it'll just work for Atheist Gamer and Wade. They will be graciously giving me the opportunity to be a moderator in a friendly debate. So that'll be cool. I'll speak to you guys to organize that. Look out for it. If there is anything, I'll let you know if there's anything that comes up, because there's admin shit that I've also got to do. Thinkers, right? We remember last night we did a think, so go and watch that if you missed it. We had Hydra in. He did many rants. Go forth and discover the Hydra. We were talking about Epstein and more US stuff, guys. Speaking about a lot about US. So maybe in a couple weeks we'll get back onto South Africa. Thinkers wise, we're not doing a think because we did it last night. We're not doing a think tomorrow morning. Tomorrow morning instead, where I will be, is the No One Asked You podcast. So good luck on the sleep. Thank you very much. So good to have you as part of the community, Hexie. I hope you can make it again to our next one. Hexie has made Twitch quite active today, so I really appreciate it. This is the No One Asked You podcast. If you fancy books, fantasy books, we are doing a stream tomorrow morning, going over the second book of the Mistborn trilogy by Brandon Sanderson. So that's what I will be doing during Thinkers Time tomorrow, if you want to see me live then. I might be on Circle of Jerks on Saturday night for you Americans, Sunday morning for everybody else who lives in the cool time zones. Yeah, see, just look out for me. I'll try and keep you guys updated. I know I let you guys know where I'm going like 20 minutes before, but if you can't make it, you can't make it. It'll be online. Online is forever. I'm done talking. I'm going to go and eat some dinner. Have a nice life. Enjoy the music and the outro, courtesy of Creamage. And remember to join the Discord, because you could have the opportunity to be in a debate or suggest debates or whatever. We have fun on there. Have a nice life. Okay, thanks. Oh, I don't have my outro here. Hold up. Hold it. Is that outro video too? There we go. Have a nice life. Okay,
I'll see you next time, bro. Okay, thanks. Bye. We're squirky as fuck. Daisy's a menace, but we were having fun the whole time. I'll see you next time, bro. Okay, thanks. Bye. We're squirky as fuck. We're squirky as fuck. Daisy's a menace, but we were having fun the whole time. I'll see you next time, bro. Okay, thanks. Bye. We're squirky as fuck. We're squirky as fuck. We're squirky as fuck. Okay, thanks. Bye.